Part 18. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 173. Archery Department. After everyone completes training, Tianhaijuli Yulai often packs up the utensils everyone used and is the last one to go home. However, today several members said they would stay in the club for training until 8 o'clock in the evening, so Tianhaijuli Yulai handed them the keys to the club. She has a lot of things to do. She sees that the members of the club do not need her guidance for the time being, and she no longer wants to stay in the club. See you tomorrow, Minister. Great, see you tomorrow. Saying goodbye to everyone in the club as usual, Tianhaijuli Yulai left the club with a shoulder bag. I wonder if my brother has gone home first. Amamai Kururi thought this way, took out her mobile phone from the pocket of her pleated skirt, and found the contact information of Sakakibara Raku line. After hesitating for a moment, she typed and asked, "Is my brother still in school now?" After sending the information like this, I got a reply soon. "In school. Is my brother still in school?" Tianhaijuli Yulai typed in the chat box with some expectation. "That's great, do you want to go home together? We can also stop by to buy some ingredients for cooking in the evening." "Of course, let's do this. You come to the music department's classroom and I'll practice in the piano room here." Music department, piano room? Tianhaijuli Yulai locked his eyes on the phone screen for a while, wondering about this. But she figured this out quickly. My brother quit 2 clubs before. Probably because of this, his attendance this semester was not enough. So he found another club to continue to maintain his attendance. I didn't expect to choose the music department and study piano. I should be able to help my brother on the piano? Tianhaijuli Yulai thought of this in her heart, and then thought of the hug this morning, and suddenly felt that her mood became much happier. But just when she was about to put down her phone, another message popped up in the email. "Come to the school gate, she is waiting for you outside." This is not a reply from Sakakibara Raku, but a message from his mother. To be precise, it is a message from his mother's assistant. Mother. Tianhaijuli Yulai knew that it was her mother who wanted to talk to him again. The Chopin International Piano Competition is held every 5 years, but my mother is still determined to win it, even with her father's obstruction and warning. Want to go there? She became a little hesitant in putting her phone back into her skirt pocket, and even the shoulder bag she lifted up again seemed to be a lot heavier. Tianhaijuli Yulai looked in the direction of the school gate. The white luxury car seemed to be waiting for him outside. She was hesitating and hesitating. He even closed his eyes and recalled the previous scene. Within a moment, she reopened her sky blue eyes and made a choice. "I still have to face my mother once. Make your wishes clear to her." Looking at the lily of the valley bracelet on her wrist, Tianhaijuli Yulai's belief seemed to have strengthened a lot. Then, she picked up her shoulder bag and walked to the school gate. Below is the slope road and 2 rows of ginkgo trees. Tianhaijuli Yulai stopped in front of the white luxury car. The female assistant wearing a suit and black glasses nodded to her and then opened the car door. The carriage is large and equipped with luxurious interiors that are not found in ordinary vehicles, as well as holders for holding wine glasses and bottles. When it is opened, there is a scent of roses. Tianhaijuli Yulai saw her mother sitting inside, gently shaking the red wine with her hands, looking calm and full of temperament. After Tianhaijuli Yulai sat in, the female assistant closed the door. There were only 2 people left in the carriage. "Did Li Yulai do what I said?" "Mom, you mean quitting the club?" Bertha Hekia frowned and stopped what she was doing. She felt a little weird about her daughter's current expression. "It seems you haven't retreated." "Well, I didn't retreat. Do you remember the competition that will be held every 5 years in the near future?" "Remember? Why don't you retreat?" I don't think we should retreat." After Tianhaijuli Yulai answered in a weak voice, Bertha Heckia put down the red wine glass in her hand. She faintly noticed some changes in her daughter. You think you shouldn't quit the club? Yet Tianhaijuli Yulai lowered his head in front of his mother. When Bertha Heckia looked at her daughter like this, there was no smile on her lips like before. Why? I don't think you should quit the club. Bertha Heckia suddenly held her forehead in trouble. Luli, are you even disobedient? Luli, Bertha Heckia said with her eyes closed, have you forgotten what you promised me before? You said you would follow your mother and stand at the top of classical music together. But now, you have disobeyed us. An agreement between us. It's not that I won't go, but I think the club can totally dash. Okay, Liulai, I'm not in the mood to listen to you right now. Just quit the club you're currently a member of and practice 10 hours a day as usual. That's the Chopin piano competition held every 5 years. Do you know how many people who have worked for decades will play? What you face is not opponents of your age at all, but those guys who have been famous for several years and are also called geniuses. What Tianhaijuli Yulai said to her mother cannot be denied, but I don't think we should put everything on the piano. I still have my own life. Your own life? Bertha Heckia held her head and looked sideways at her daughter. Liulai, tell me, what else do you have besides the piano? Do you rely on your disguised appearance to gain favor from the crowd? Or do you want to win the favor of those men with your appearance? Tianhaijuli Yulai pursed her lips instantly at her mother's words. She subconsciously wanted to grab something with her hands. In the strong uneasiness, she reached out to hold the bracelet on her wrist. Liulai, you are very smart. You know that those who like you don't really like you at all. They only care about your appearance and your pretended tenderness towards them. No one will care about your true appearance, and no one will care about you. What kind of person do they need you? No, they just want to get what they want from you, rather than caring about your own existence. Liulai. Bertha Heckia took her daughter's hand and placed her hand in her palm. Listen to your mother, quit the club, and take the initiative to devote your school time to piano practice. As long as it is your request, Madian will not ask anything. After that, I can take you where you want to go. Place, amusement park, or traveling. Haven't you always liked eating baked potatoes before? I can also make time to go with you. Tianhaijuli Yulai remained silent for a long time without speaking. Her mother's words made her feel uncomfortable, entangled, and depressed. Bertha Heckia was patiently waiting for her daughter's answer. Mom, I'm a little confused now. Can you let me think about it again? Tianhaijuli Yulai replied in a weak voice, tightening the lily of the valley bracelet on her wrist. Think about it carefully. Well, that's fine. 2 days is enough. I'll ask you again in 2 days. After getting out of the car, Tianhaijuli Yulai lowered her eyebrows again as she watched her mother's car drive away from the ginkgo tree slope at the school gate. No one cares if you're not liked. No one really cares. These words seem to linger in my mind and cannot be dissipated for a long time. Although I had already made the decision to reject my mother still expressed my hesitation and did not reject my mother's proposal outright. She didn't know why this happened, but when her mother said those words, she subconsciously wanted to retreat, trying to find some support and affirmation. She couldn't accept those cold and distant words, and she couldn't find anyone suitable to support her in the past. She was at a loss and could only keep this uncomfortable feeling in her heart. But now, if it were him, he would definitely support him, right? When Tianhaijuli Yulai thought of this, a strong desire suddenly emerged in her heart, and she suddenly wanted to talk to him. She glanced at the ginkgo tree path where the vehicles had disappeared, then turned back to the school. With the hope of finding her brother to talk to soon, Amamai Kururi came to the music club classroom that Sakeki Hararaku said. Listening to the sound of the saxophone playing, Tianhaijuli Yuli glanced at the music department classroom through the glass. I didn't see my brother. While I was thinking this, a girl came out with a saxophone in her hand. Tianhai. Classmate Chi Minjiao. The disadvantage of twins and sisters is that when most people call them, they can only call them by their full names. Tianhaijuli Yuli shook his head and replied, "No, I am Tianhaijuli Yuli." Minister Sachiko immediately looked surprised, and then quickly bent down to apologize. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally recognized you by mistake." Tianhaijuli Yuli didn't pay attention at all, but it seemed that she was influenced by her mother just now. Her voice became much weaker when she answered, "It doesn't matter, this is a common thing." "So, what's going on with Amami Kuruori?" Minister Sachiko hoped that she would answer that she was preparing to be the pianist of the music club. "Sadly, this is not the case. I wanted to find a guy. He said he was in the piano practice room." Sachiko probably knew who it was. "Practice room? Ah, the practice room is upstairs." "Okay, please." "It's okay, it's a small matter. Amami-san is here to see Sakakibara-san, right?" That's no problem. He's been practicing on it recently." "He's been here lately," Tianhaijuli Yuli wondered. "Has he been joining for a while?" "No, I just joined the club recently." "Recently joined? If this is the case, my brother chose the piano as an instrument. He should have encountered difficulties during the study period." "But why? Didn't he come to find him?" With doubts, Tianhaijuli Yuli came to the third floor. After taking 2 steps around the corner of the stairs, she heard the sound of the piano. It's Chopin's Waltz. Such a lively tune, she knew it was the song as soon as she heard it. She came to the door of the piano practice room and saw the 2 people inside through the hole in the door. Tianhaijuli Yuli was stunned. Because inside, a girl with flaxen hair was teaching Sakaki Hararaku the piano. Chi Minjiao is teaching her brother piano? Why is Chi Minjiao teaching her brother piano? Chopin is an 8th level piano piece. Considering that Raku Sakaki Hara has never studied piano before, it will take quite a while to reach this point. Apparently, the 2 have been practicing with each other for some time. But Chi Minjiao never said this to herself. Same goes for my brother. Why doesn't my brother come to me to learn piano? Tianhaijuli Yuli looked at the 2 people in the classroom while murmuring in a low voice. Obviously knowing that Chi Minjiao and her brother are sworn brothers and sisters, it doesn't matter that they have contact with each other. But when she saw that the person who looked exactly like her overlapped with the person she liked, Tianhaijuli Yuli felt as if something had been taken away. It's wired. What her mother just said came to mind again, sentence after sentence, deepening the scars in Tianhaijuli Yuli's heart. When I think about it, even the one person I can rely on and the person I like will disappear. The scars became bigger and bigger. Well, how about that's the end of the piano for today? Don't want to practice anymore. Oh, I'm tired. Besides, Julie Yuli just sent me a message, saying that we want to go home together. Tianhai Kaimingyu put down the book in her hand when she heard this. How did you reply to sister? I asked her to come here. You are here anyway, so we can go home together. Tianhai Kaimingyu frowned. Did you ask your sister to come here? Yes, what's wrong? Forget it, Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes flickered. It's not a big deal. It's just that we didn't tell my sister that we were learning piano together. But you practice piano every day and cuddle with your sister, so you should tell me, right? Don't slander me. Where are the hugs and hugs? You didn't say anything either. No, Sakakibara was a little confused. Tianhai Kaimingyu saw his doubts and sighed. Brother, what do you think my sister will think when she finds out that we are practicing piano together? Sakakibara thought, maybe why didn't you ask her to help? It's nothing, I just need a little explanation. Even my sister can be jealous and jealous. The 7 bright moons in the sky and sea are quite clear. So you don't understand how women think. Sakakibara wanted to explain, but soon found Amamikuruori standing at the door. Hey, Julie Yulai is already here. Well, I saw it. You go out, and if you want to explain anything, go and explain it to your sister. What do you mean by explaining clearly? It makes it seem like something happened between us. It's not impossible to do whatever you want to happen. Now that my sister is watching, it's the best time. Tianhai Kaimingyu's little face showed no emotion at all, which made her look particularly serious. Have to. You are my aunt, I don't care about you. Sakakibara stood up and walked out, coming to Amamikuruori. The girl's long flaxen hair fell down her shoulders. The exact same appearance as Nanamayu made Sakakihara Raku feel particularly strange at this time, as if he had met another person, but also as if he hadn't. She obviously had something to say to herself. Elder brother. Well, Raku Sakakihara replied, remembering what Nanamae Minjio said to him just now, and took the initiative to explain, Kairiyuri, don't get me wrong. Regarding the piano, I didn't mean that I didn't come to you on purpose. It was just some time ago. You know, our relationship is not very good, so I had to ask Chi Minjio for help. So that's it? My brother didn't avoid him on purpose. I see. Tianhai Julie Yulai then raised his eyes, but that's not what I want to tell my brother. Didn't he say in the morning that he seemed familiar with the shark doll? Tianhai Chi Minjio, who was sitting in the piano classroom, reacted immediately when she heard this. What does my sister want to do? Sakakihara nodded to Juri, well, what's wrong? I've thought about a lot of things, and the most common ones are the mistakes I made against my brother. I no longer want to hide anything from you, brother, so I also want to take the initiative to answer the question this morning. Brother, what you said is not true. That's right, you did see some familiar scenes a long time ago. When Tianhai Julie Yulai said these words, he was struggling and painful in his heart. She knew that saying this might make her brother stay further away from her, and might make her brother feel guilty about Chi Minjio. But rather than staying away, she hoped to no longer hide anything from her brother. She no longer wanted to deceive her brother. Even if only once. Therefore, Tianhai Julie Yulai's eyes were firm. I did see it. Sakakihara frowned slightly, trying to remember something. Where is my brother's hometown? Tianhai Julie Yulai asked. Matsuyama City, Ehime Prefecture, Shikoku. Tianhai Julie Yulai continued, 10 years ago, when Chi Minjio and I were 5 years old, in order to relax our minds, my mother took Chi Minjio and me on a trip. Sakakibara Raku, you mean? Yes, our destination also happens to be Shikoku, Ehime Prefecture, and Matsuyama City. And we met your brother, your childhood brother, in a small village near the sea. Tianhai Kaimingyu closed her eyes in the piano classroom and placed her hands on the books folded above her legs. Amamikuruori folded her hands in front of her, and her sky-blue eyes reflected Sakakibara Raku's appearance and the various emotions deep in her heart. My brother and I knew each other when we were kids. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 174. Sky, it's raining. When Sakakihara walked out of the piano room, he saw a dark cloud. Sure enough, in less than a few minutes, the raindrops shot to the ground like sharp arrows. The surrounding air became colder. The sound of rain hit my ears, and the face of Tianhai Julie Yulai in front of me became much clearer. No. Well, my brother and I knew each other when we were young. When Amamikuruori said this, her eyes were always on Sakakibara Raku's face. Her flaxen hair was slightly tied behind her head, and the two ends of her hair fell over her shoulders. She pursed her lips lightly, As if what are you enduring? It seems that you have a lot of things you want to say to yourself. Picture. Sakaki Hararaku was a little uncomfortable with her eyes like this. It wasn't that he was uncomfortable, but that he could vaguely feel Juliuli's mood at the moment. But she said that she, Juliuli and Chi Minjio knew each other when they were young. Raku Sakakibara tries hard to retrieve the memory in his brain. No. No, that's not right. Sakakihara thought about it carefully, but found that there was no memory of this in his brain. But it's so strange. When Tianhai Juliuli mentioned this, he recalled the scene of Tianhai Kaimingyu holding the shark doll that night, and there was always a heart-wrenching feeling stuck in his heart. This made Sakakibara frown. Elder brother. Wait a moment, Juliuli, let me think about it for a while. Good. After getting the answer from Amamai Kuruuri, Sakakibara frowned and began to recall seriously. Things from my childhood. Regarding the scenes from his childhood, to be honest, he couldn't remember much. At the beginning of this life, I was in a daze with the memories of my previous life. I knew a lot, but the next day after I woke up, my recent memories were almost forgotten in the blink of an eye. At least, when he was 3 years old, he could barely remember what happened when he was 1 year old. Sakakihara was happy in silence, thinking carefully about it for a long time. Sorry. I can't remember. Can't remember. Not only Amamai Kuruuri, but also Amamai Nanamai Mingzuki, who was sitting next to the piano stand in the classroom, also heard Sakakibara Raku's answer. Well, I have almost no memory of my childhood. It should be said that I don't even have an idea at what age my childhood memories disappeared. Now I can only recall a few important fragments, and the naughty things about Aling. Tianhai Kaimingyu opened her eyes again. Amamai Kuruuri looked past Raku Sakakibara who was standing at the door, and glanced at Amamai Nanamaj inside. Then, she returned her attention to Sakakihara Raku's face. 10 years ago, you really can't remember? Well, I really can't remember. I just remember that I did live in a small village in Songshan City during that time. There was a field for growing potatoes and Chinese cabbage at the door, and there were many orange trees on the mountain behind. While Sakakibara answered, he was also thinking that he actually met 2 sisters when he was a child. Then when I moved to Tokyo, my divorced mother remarried their single father. What a coincidence. Sakakihara smiled and said, does Juliuli still remember what happened when he was a child? You might as well tell me when you go back. Maybe I will remember something. In this way, it's not that he didn't recall what happened between his brother and Chi Minjio when they were young. But he simply forgot what happened before that. 7 bright moons. Tianhai Kaimingyu grabbed the book in her hand and walked to the door, in front of the 2 of them. Sakakihara Raku found that her expression was full of indifference, without any emotion at all. She hugged the book and said to herself, since sister is here and you have practiced the piano enough, let's go home together first. 7 bright moons. Facing her sister's voice, Tianhai Chi Minjio just glanced at her, then put the mystery novel in her arms up, turned around and walked downstairs expressionlessly. I'll go to the bathroom first, and you guys can talk first. What happened to Nanamajetsu? All of a sudden Sakakihara Raku noticed something strange as he watched Nanamayu's back leave the corridor. Brother really doesn't remember. Yes, Raku Sakakibara nodded with his eyebrows furrowed, I really don't remember that you reminded me, but I felt a little bit familiar, but when I think about it carefully, I can't think of any pictures. It's like my head is in a state of presence or absence. It's the same between the cracks, it gives me a headache, I wonder if you can understand. I can understand a little bit. However, if I say that I and the 2 sisters Tianhai met each other when they were young. Chi Minjio's inexplicable closeness had an explanation for herself. Before, Sakaki Hararaku always felt that Chi Minjio's decision to suddenly drag him to take wedding photos was a bit outrageous. Who would suddenly drag a boy whom they have known for less than a few weeks to take wedding photos? This is especially true for a character like Chi Minjio who doesn't like to get close to anyone. Sakaki Hararaku thought about whether there was something special about him. After thinking about it, I can only blame it on my brother's status. Now, if I knew Tianhai Julie Yulai and Tianhai Kaimingyu when they were young, then everything would make sense. So, Tianhai Kaimingyu confessed to herself and said that she liked herself. Julie Yulai, let me ask. Well, my brother said. Did I have many contacts with you when I was a child? Tianhai Julie Yulai replied, we haven't been together many times, brother. You only visited our hotel once and took a few photos. Sakaki Hararaku remembered. While staying together, I had seen the photos on Chi Minjio's cell phone screen. A photo taken of two Tianhai girls on a green field. The two little Lolita look-alike are so adorable, and Sakaki Hararaku was quite impressed by that photo. Is that the photo of you, Julie Yulai, making a scissor hand gesture with your arms raised high towards the camera, and then Chi Minjio standing quietly in front of you? Yes, the one my brother saw before. In fact, my mother also took a few pictures for us. Before leaving, we all took a few pictures together. After hearing this, Sakaki Hararaku had a slight impression. It seems that I have been to a girl's house before. Is there any ailing? There seems to be a scene of ailing. When Sakaki Hararaku thinks about the past, he just feels confused. Many memories from different years are entangled together. It seems that things happened in succession, but it seems that things did not happen in succession. No, you can't think too much, your head will feel swollen just thinking about it. My brother was actually very close to Chi Minjio when he was a child. Can I play with her? In Sakaki Hararaku's view, Nanami Mingzuki's Bad Little Devil's character should be exactly the same as when she was a child. Unexpectedly, Tianhai Julie Yulai nodded very seriously, yes. Maybe the flesh on his waist had been tweaked by her before. Boy, no wonder it hurts so much. It has formed a skin memory, right? When I was young, I had contact with the Amami sisters and Sakaki Hararaku was not opposed to it, but this was completely a very, very, very troublesome thing. Because this means that Tianhai Kaimingyu is absolutely serious about confessing. But my relationship with Tianhai Julie Yulai is so close, and I also like her. Try to dissuade Chi Minjio and ask her to give up. Her emotional intelligence is too high. You can't talk to her, and even if you talk to her, she may not listen. It's a dilemma. Sakaki Baro looked at Tianhai Julie. His eyes focused on her appearance, her long flaxen hair, sky blue eyes, and the tie on her collar. Julie Yulai needed herself very much now, because it was unrealistic for Chi Minjio and Julie Yulai to completely sever their relationship. He has never been the kind of man who can have fun with both feet. The two sisters will also take care of each other because of their feelings for each other. It seems that there is no way to break the situation. No, I have to talk to Chi Minjio. Wait a minute, Tianhai Julie reached out and grabbed Sakaki Hararaku. Sakaki Bara stopped and turned around. Does Julie Yulai have anything else to say? Well, Tianhai Julie Yulai's responding voice suddenly became much weaker. Just now, my mother came to school. And, Sakaki Bara was stunned, isn't she being watched by her uncle and unable to come to school? She didn't come in, she just asked me to come over. She came by car at the school gate. What's her purpose? Let me withdraw from the club. Then I stopped the lessons and asked me to spend 10 hours a day on piano practice. Tianhai Julie Yulai touched his fingers, looking very restless in front of her skirt. She asked you to quit the club. And then she asked you to suspend school. The current appearance of Tianhai Julie Yulai made that memory come to the surface vividly again. Auntie probably said something to Yuli again. Sakakibara realizes this. Are you okay? Did your aunt say anything outrageous to you? I never said that. Tianhai Yuli tried his best to look at him and answered in a calm voice. Yuli, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Okay, I know. Sakaki Hararaku still felt something was wrong with Yuli. Sure enough, for Yuli, her mother's position in her heart will not disappear so easily. Brother, let's go find Chi Minjia first. We'll talk about this later. Is that okay? No problem. Tianhai Yuli showed him a faint, weak smile, which was reassuring to see. Well, that's good. Sakakibara Raku now felt that it would be better to explain some things clearly to Nanamijiu. After nodding towards Tenkai Kuruori, he quickly walked towards the corridor. Tianhai Yuli watched him drift away from her in the rainy day, feeling a bit sad and lonely in her heart. It would be nice if my brother could talk to me more. She put her hand on her chest and felt that the sound of the raindrops hitting the edge of the corridor guardrail became much louder, so she became even more indifferent. What should I say to Chi Minjia? Before Raku Sakakibara could think about these problems, he met Nanamiu at the door of the bathroom. She wiped her freshly washed hands with a tissue, without any expression on her face. 7 bright moons. Yes, Tianhai Kaimingyu replied softly. Sakakibara thought about how to say this, and finally spoke to her in the most normal tone. I probably know what Yuli just said. Did you ask? Sakakibara didn't understand what she meant. My sister's first sentence, brother asked me in the morning. Doesn't this mean that it was your brother who took the initiative to ask about things when you were a child? I just asked her casually, asking her if any of the scenes seemed familiar to her. Then my sister told you everything, right? Tianhai Chi Minjia first made a unilateral conclusion, then picked up the mystery novel again and said to him, so, do you remember anything? No, I didn't think of anything. Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes clearly showed some signs of wanting to escape. He forgot. No, it should be said that I really forgot. Didn't you already notice it? If you are prepared, why do you still feel so weird when you hear him say this in person? Still can't help but think, if he forgets everything, what has he been looking forward to for more than 10 years? What is the agreement you want to keep? The scenes from her childhood appeared in front of her like a revolving lantern, and the distant memories suddenly seemed so close that she could even hear what he had said to her before. Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly felt stupid and naive. You really can't remember anything. Of course, if I have an impression, I will definitely tell you. Tianhai Kaimingyu obviously took a deep breath. You didn't come to me with your sister, which means you have something to say to me alone, right? So, what do you want to say to me? Chi Minjia, you are so smart, you should understand what I mean. There was no movement on Amami Nanamijetsu's face, but of course she knew it in her heart, because Sakakibara Raku also reminded her more than once. He was using his relationship with his sister to make him give up on his own initiative. This more or less made Tianhai Kaimingyu feel that she was the only one who had been abandoned. On my birthday, the smile he said to me happy birthday is still vivid in my mind. As a child, he still remembers his smile of encouragement and support. In what way am I weaker than my sister? Aren't you more beautiful than your sister? Why do you like your sister and not me? Then, who am I to you? Tianhai Kaimingyu turned her face away, hugged the book, raised her eyes, and looked at him sincerely. At this moment, Tianhai Kaimingyu looked extremely serious. That was definitely not an ordinary expression, but an emotional gaze. This reminded Sakakibara of the girl who confessed to him that day. Compared with the other party's long confession of courage, Sakakibara felt that the change in Amami Kaimingyu at this moment truly showed her own courage. Sakakibara had no way to respond to her. Just like he had to reject the girl who confessed to him, he must now reject Nanamijetsu's confession again and confess his relationship with her very formally to Nanami Nanamayu. He took a deep breath, then said to Tian Haikaiminyu with a serious expression. I'm sorry, I won't like you, Chi Minjio, I like Julie Yulai. Sakaki Hararaku couldn't tell Nanamijio's mood from her face, not even her eyes. She just stared straight at herself. Didn't you say that there is a first come first served basis? Chi Minjio, I also said that no one will remember some casual words. I don't remember what I said to you when I was a child, but according to my current memory, the first person I fell in love with was Julie Yulai. Nanami tightened her grip on the mystery novel she held in her arms. She really wanted to throw the book in Sakaki Bararaku's face, and then yelled at him as a stinky bastard. Why can you just forget about it? What happened before? Since you don't want me to have any feelings for you, don't be so nice to me before. Just leave me alone. But why? He also wanted to give me gifts and carry me up the mountain with kindness. Why do you smile and say happy birthday, July to me? For Tian Haikaiminyu, that was the first time she felt that someone was taking seriously this birthday that she celebrated indifferently. Drizzle was floating in the sky, and the melodious musical instruments of the music department mixed with the sound of rain could be heard faintly. Tian Haikaiminyu once again heard his rejection of her response, and the heart in her chest seemed to be swaying with the cold rain outside. The rain was falling, hitting the green leaves and floor outside the corridor. The small droplets of water splashed by the rain wet the marble floor tiles. Sakakibara doesn't want Amami Nanamijetsu to be unhappy, because once she is unhappy, she will avoid everything and distance herself from everything. But now, he must be decisive and resolute. Sakakibara Raku believes that Amami Nanajetsu usually likes to joke and is as naughty as a little devil, but when it comes to serious matters, she will take it seriously. Just explain it to her. As long as she can let go of her current feelings, everyone will be able to get along in a friendly manner in the future. The air was silent for an unknown length of time, so silent that only the long sound of rain could be heard. Impossible. Ah. I said, impossible. Tian Haikaiminyu took a breath, stretched out her hand to pull her hair behind her ears, and looked at him firmly. I might have been worried about my sister before, because I saw you and my sister making decisions again and again. I hesitated again and again, but things are different now and I won't change the decision I made. Sakakibara looked confused. Have you made up your mind? Even if you know, I won't change my mind because of your behavior. It's possible. The most common thing about men is that they don't always mean what they mean. I'm not like other philandering men. Are you trying to say that you are the innocent kind of person? Yes. Lie, what about the kiss between you and me? That's not your surprise attack. But in fact, you are cheating. Sakaki Hararaku was so stunned by Xiaoqiu that he was helpless. But to be honest, he is really innocent. The only thing I felt sorry for Julie Yulai was that she was forcefully kissed by Chi Minjio on the day of the fireworks festival. But that's not his fault at all. Who would have thought that the little devil who usually avoids strangers and only likes to watch the fire from afar would do such a thing? Okay, let's not talk about this, okay? I'll get a headache if I talk about it. It was obviously you who took the initiative to talk to me about this matter. It's my fault, but I understand your attitude. To be honest, this is completely wrong. In order to calm you down, I decided Sakakibara was interrupted before he could finish his words. Tian Haikaiminyu raised her eyes. Alienate yourself from me. That's pretty much it? That's all I can do. Don't you think you are too cunning? But Chi Minjio, what do you want me to do? You know, I like Julie Yulai. I know, but I still won't change my decision. There really is no end to this matter. Sakakibara felt that even though he and Nanami Minjio had been chatting here all night, they still couldn't convince anyone. If I'm to blame, I blame you for insisting on dragging me out to give me that birthday present. Sakakibara Raku, but I gave it to you as an elder brother. I don't want you to be unhappy. If you are unhappy, I feel uncomfortable too. Besides, it's really just a birthday gift. Speaking of this, Sakakibara felt like he could hardly convince himself. That night, I clearly saw Tian Hikaiminyu cherishing that gift so much. With that look, she would never lie. Sure enough, talking about gifts. Tian Hikaiminyu lowered her hand, even her face dropped a little, and her voice became much softer. For you, it's just a birthday gift. She obviously didn't finish her words and suddenly raised her head. Bring me the phone. Cell phone. What are you doing? Bring it over, Tian Hikaiminyu said in an almost commanding tone. Sakakihara wanted to take care of her emotions now, so he unlocked the phone and handed it to her. Tian Hikaiminyu slid the phone away roughly, and then found the communication record with Tian Hikaiminyu in the phone. She clicked on the phone number and dialed it. Sakakibara couldn't see what she was doing. He only knew that she clicked on her phone a few times and then held it in her hand. Elder brother. Amami Kurayuri, who had been sitting in the piano classroom guarding her school bag, saw the call from Sakakibara Raku. She pressed connect and put the phone to her ear. Wait, what are you going to do? Sakakibara discovered that Nanami kept approaching him at this time. Do you still remember the favor you gave me? Can I ask for your help in teaching piano as a favor? That's right. What do you want me to do? Stand by the wall. Ah. This is at the door of the men's room. I can't guarantee who is inside. Stand over and don't move. Tian Hikaimingyu's voice was unmistakable. Of course, Sakakibara Raku was not so weak that he was held hostage by the helpless Nanamijetsu, but his eyes drifted to the corridor under the club building behind Nanamijetsu. He immediately became anxious. Because that was the principal, Tachibana Kiyohara, and he was also the uncle of Chi Minjio and Julie Yulai. He was going to be caught sneaking around with his niece at the door of the men's room and it would be a disaster. When I go back, my legs will be broken by my uncle. Tian Hikaiminyu passed his sight, turned around, and spotted Principal Tachibana approaching. Uncle is here, then go inside. Auntie, that's the men's room. Go inside. Fine. In the school's men's bathroom, Raku Sakakihara was forced to stand in the corner. Chi Minjio's book was casually placed on the sink outside. In front of her is Tian Hikaiminyu, who is known as the most beautiful girl in the school and the flower of the high mountains. The person using the toilet outside the toilet room was Tachibana Kiyohara, the principal of the school and the uncle of the two Tian Hai sisters. In addition to the sound of rain, Raku Sakakihara could even hear Principal Tachibana whistling while going to the toilet outside. Sakakibara Raku was almost speechless and extremely nervous. If Principal Tachibana heard about it, wouldn't he be able to finish the game completely? Stand still. What are you doing? Sakakibara was surprised to find that she stretched out her hand and grabbed his tie. He was forced to squeeze into the innermost corner of the toilet room. The guy in front of me remembered what happened before and what he simply said. Tian Hikaiminyu closed her eyes and calmed down. Then, she opened her eyes again. With piercing eyes, he pulled Sakakihara Raku's tie hard, looked directly into his eyes, and said coldly. You are a bastard. Just like the kind of bastard Suzu Sakakibara said, who gives people hope without wanting to take responsibility, gives people tenderness and a glimmer of hope, but only keeps hanging on to the other person, doesn't want to distance themselves, but still use your identity as an elder brother to cover up your concern. Not only do you have a bad memory and forget your promises, you also like to talk about what you do in a self-righteous way, and you also casually give others the tenderness they have to do. He's a scumbag, a bastard among bastards. But I can't help it. Who made me fall in love with you a long time ago. As a bastard, I can't give up those things that I have persisted in for a long time. I am here to tell you clearly now, I won't give up, even if you don't like me, even if you forget everything. Who's in there? Tachibana Kiyohara heard something as soon as he came in, and knocked on the door of the bathroom where Sakakihara was waiting. No, it's okay, Sakakihara replied quickly. I thought I heard a girl's voice just now. No, principal, you must have heard wrong. How do you know I'm the principal? From this voice, it must be Zyal. Yes, that's right, can you avoid that uncle first? Of course Tachibana Kiyohara knew that chatting in a place like this would only make people embarrassed, so he walked away to use the toilet. Auntie, please keep your voice down. If your uncle finds out, we will all be doomed. Raku Sakakibara also heard Principal Takabana's phone ringing suddenly. Hello, he answered the phone outside the bathroom. Principal, you. At this moment, Tian Haikaiminyu suddenly showed her signature 3-no expression and said calmly. If I shout now to remind the uncle outside that her niece is now locked in the men's room, what do you think will happen? Devil, definitely devil. Chi Minjio, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? The moment Amamai Nanamajetsu reached out to her waist, Sakakihara Raku pinched her wrist. He laughed. Haha, want to raid? Still want to kiss yourself? Little Kyo is still a little young, no one will win the same one over and over again. Tian Haikaiminyu directly lifted her smooth thighs under the pleated skirt and kicked him in the crotch with her knee. Puff. No, you can't shout out. The next moment, Nanamai took hold of Sakakibara's tie again, tilted her face, and kissed him in the small space, giving no room for Sakakibara to resist. The moment those lips came into contact, all the anger Sakakihara Raku had released from the pain just now ran towards those soft lips. Sakakibara wanted to push her away, but Nanamai pinched the flesh of his waist hard. He could only kiss her in pain, and at the same time, he had to keep silent so that the principal outside could not hear her. He was actually kissed by force again. Sakakihara Raku never thought that as a man, he would be so frustrated one day. 3 times in a row, he was embarrassed to say it. He kept trying to push Tian Haikaiminyu away, but small movements would only cause her to exert force on his waist. It hurt so much. At the same time, Tian Haikaiminyu continued to get close to her, allowing her breath to be completely integrated into her body. Chi Minjio, what are you doing? Gagged again. On the other end of the phone, Tian Haijuli Yulai, who was sitting quietly in the classroom, waiting for the two of them, heard such a strange sound. She heard the entire conversation between the two. She knew what it meant. I also understand what is happening between the two of them. He also understood that this was his sister expressing her attitude to him. Tian Haijuli Yulai put a hand on his heart, thinking about the way he held her and spoke for her. She raised her sky-blue eyes and looked at the falling rain outside the window. Ken. This time, it does not mean that she will choose to quit voluntarily. I'm sorry for July, but I can't give it to you this time. Tian Haijuli Yulai lowered his eyebrows again and hung up the phone. His sky-blue eyes were even brighter in the gloomy clouds. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 175. Suzuki-chan, try your best tomorrow. Of course, Tiano-chan, you have to work hard too. Well, I'll go back first. It's going to rain heavily later. See you tomorrow then, sweet No-chan. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Saying goodbye to Chitano Sakai at the entrance of the company, Sakakihara Suzu took back her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. With a small handbag slung on her shoulder, she raised her head and looked through the dripping eaves at the gloomy clouds that enveloped the entire city of Tokyo. Why is it raining again today? It's also freezing cold. When will I come? I'm so hungry. Suzu Sakakihara's cute face was full of helplessness. She sighed like this, rubbed her belly, and weakly lowered her hands and shoulders. But she had no choice but to keep waiting. Listening to the sound of rain at the door, many senior voice actors came out of the company door. One by one, they said a friendly farewell to Sakakibara's Suzusaku after finishing his work. In order to maintain her image as an angel with excellent morals and academics outside, Suzu Sakakihara responded very politely. When no one was around, she returned to her lazy look with half-closed eyes. Leng leng leng. Shaking her shoulders, Sakakihara Suzu was so bored that she fiddled with her bangs with her fingers, playing with her hair while watching the rain. Cars and bicycles drive continuously through the street filled with telephone poles, making a constant beep and clang. The little leather shoes under my feet were almost wet from the splashing rain. Why haven't you come yet? In this environment and thinking like this, Sakakihara Suzu finally saw a familiar figure holding an umbrella in front of the ramen shop sign with flashing neon lights at the end of the street. The restaurant's beef ramen has a lot of beef. No, it's my brother who's finally here. It's over here, it's over here. In order to let him see her position, Sakakihara Suzu raised a hand and waved to him vigorously. Sakakihara Raku could see her excitement even though she was across the street. Seeing Suzu so happy, Sakakibara Raku felt a lot more relaxed after what happened in the afternoon. Aling is still safe. Just thinking about eating. Sakakihara held an umbrella and looked left and right to see if there were any vehicles passing by on both sides of the street before walking over. Why so slow? It's fast enough. Miss Sakakihara held an umbrella and stood in front of her. Why are you laughing? Hee hee. Sakakihara Suzu walked down the stairs in twos and came to him, holding the strap of her shoulder bag with her little hands and smiling. I quite like your title. Miss. Miss Suzu. Shouted twice more. It's a beautiful thought. Sakakihara looked at the warm smile she always showed to him, and felt a lot more comfortable. What a beautiful thought. I am the eldest lady, and you are the eldest young master. Master. Sakakihara Raku has never felt that there is anything similar between him and the identity of the young master. Okay, stop talking nonsense and leave first. Okay. Suzu Sakakihara straightened her back and gave him a naval salute, then like a machine, she took one foot out and stood under his umbrella. It's really weird. Sakakihara glanced at his sister, then took her to the station together. Why don't you bring an umbrella? You want me to pick you up again? It's so troublesome to bring an umbrella. Sakakibara Suzu lifted up her fanny pack, put it in front of Sakakibara's eyes and shook it. Look at my bag. If I bring an umbrella, 90% of the space will be gone. Then why don't you change into a small school bag? It's free to change your school bag. The school bag only costs a few dollars, and your brother will buy it for you, Sakakibara said confidently, with a somewhat proud tone. Really? Sakakibara Raku noticed that Sakakibara Suzu immediately put his arm in his arms and held her arm in a very affectionate manner. Moreover, those purple eyes from bottom to top were always on his face. Aling would become so happy just by saying something like that. Why did your brother lie to you? Sakakihara couldn't help but lower his voice to her. I knew it, my brother is the best to me. There was a hint of naughtiness in her voice, which reminded Sakakihara of the times when she was always scolded when she was a child, and she was also so naughty. The day before, I was beaten by my father until I cried. I was crying, looking for my mother and brother. The next day, it was like nothing happened, jumping around and shouting to eat meat, Eat meat. Seeing this made Sakakihara Raku want to give her a blow on the head. Elder brother. Are you hungry? The reason why he asked this question was because Sakakibara saw a street selling snacks on the roadside. Takoyaki, oden, cheese fried chicken, etc. are all available here. When he went to pick up Suzu, he saw this street and knew that this would happen to him. Well, I'm hungry. How about your treat today? Ailing, are you rich now? I'm very, very poor. I spend a lot of money every day buying lotions and various things for girls. It's really not easy for you girls. At this point, Suzu Sakakihara suddenly got angry, punched him in the arm, and then made a vicious gesture. It's not you. Use my facial cleanser every day. Why don't you use theirs? They, put yours on the outside, I just used it. Then you're going to treat me today. Okay, my treat. Sakakihara Suzu laughed again, took his arm and drove him outside. Then let's go quickly. Raku Sakakibara couldn't resist the force of his older sister, so she pulled him to the door of a shop selling croquettes and bought 4 croquettes for more than 2,800 yen. Sakakibara held an umbrella and looked at his sister beside him who was spitting out hot breath. He couldn't help but said to her, "Eat so much. I'll have to cook for you when I get back later, and you won't be able to eat much." Who said that? I might have eaten it. Eat it hard, pull it hard. Beat you. What I said is true. I'll beat you. By the way, did you buy my papaya? I bought it. I bought it when I went home from school to buy groceries. That's good. Sakakihara Suzu felt a lot more at ease when she heard that he had bought papaya. Because this means that brother is indeed listening to her. Although the smelly old man is usually a bit annoying, he is also very lustful. But when he gets serious, he will take his advice to heart, and the feeling that he remembers everything will make Suzu Sakakihara feel at ease. Humph, it's nice to have an old brother. She looked at the students in the class and saw that no one made lunch for them, they all made it themselves. Sakakibara Suzu's footsteps stepped briskly on the moist ground, and she looked at Sakakibara Raku's face. Dude, you look unhappy today. Not happy? No way. I saw you were looking sad when you came over. This. More than just a frown on his face, Sakakibara almost wanted to die. There is still a dull pain between his legs. Not only the physical pain, but also the pain of being held hostage and forcefully kissed by a little girl 3 times in a row. When he went back to see Jurulai, Sakakihara was embarrassed to face her. Ft, ft. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. No way. When he thinks about it, his forehead turns black. Okay, hurry up and eat your croquette. I'm really caring about you, brother. Okay, I know. Is it possible? Suzu Sakakihara suddenly had a guess, without even biting down the croquette that was in her mouth. Is it because the fox is bullying you again? Raku Sakakibara, who was eating the same croquette with her, had black lines on his head. You said something random. Humph, anyway, I think it must be that fox from Chiminjaya who bullied you. Do you want me to help you get revenge? You. It wasn't Raku Sakakihara who questioned her little bean. But Sakakihara Raku feels that there will be no one left in the battle between Sister Chan and Nanamayu. Aling. Silly and naive. Sakakibara suddenly looked at Suzu with distressed eyes. He held the croquette in the hand holding the umbrella. Ugh. What are you doing? Touching my head. All of a sudden Sakakihara Suzu shrank her head, then turned to look at him. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought you were cute, Ailing. What do you mean, you suddenly feel that you are already cute? Sakakibara Suzu said angrily. It's the super invincible cute Suzu-chan. It's not a good habit to brag about yourself. I'm not bragging, this is the truth. How come your words are the same as those of Chiminjaya? Huh? I'm not like a fox. Didn't you tell her that we are all a family? A family is a family. A fox is a fox and must be distinguished. In short, Chi Minjiao is a fox. Yeah, you have the final say. Also, this time you are going to watch my live broadcast. Oh, you won't change this time. Why would you change it a second time? That's good. You must see it. Well, okay, okay. I feel like you're so perfunctory. Hey, don't pinch my waist. Just pinch it. On the street where the car passed, the backs of the two people walking together under the rain extended towards the end of the street as time passed until they disappeared. Go home, wash vegetables, and cook. Julie Yulai would still come to help him. Tianhai Chi Minjiao was still reading on the single sofa in the living room, and Aling was still occupying the largest sofa in the living room to watch TV. Everything is as usual, diluted ordinary daily life. But, alas, Sakakibara couldn't help but sigh as soon as he thought about what happened in the afternoon. He didn't want to hurt Nanamagetsu, and he also wanted to continue to get along with Nanamagetsu in a friendly manner as his brother. Even if she usually does some excessive things to herself, such as asking herself to run errands, buy water, bring potato chips, etc., it doesn't matter. If possible, he would start dating Julie Yulai again. Everything will be back on track. But when he saw the two sisters talking less after meeting each other, Sakaki Hararaku felt a little sad. Why does it become like this? It is obviously the double happiness of girlfriend and adopted sister. Why does this happen? Elder brother. When Tianhai Julie Yulai handed him the clean dinner plate, he called him softly, "Don't worry about what happened this afternoon, I don't take it to heart." Sakakibara was confused. Even though Julie Yulai said this, he was still kissed 3 times by Chi Minjiao. He was still confused. Didn't he like Julie Yulai? But why do I still think about Kaimingyu sometimes? He even cares whether he has forgotten what happened when he was a child. The random words I said to Chi Minjiao before were simply radical words chosen to make Chi Minjiao give up. In fact, I don't even know if it's a casual remark or an important remark. I don't know if I made any promise to her. No, I even forgot how long I spent with her. The only thing to blame is my little kid's body in this life. This body was still developing before. There are too many memories in my mind from my previous life. 2 memories crowded into one brain, making me not particularly impressed by it. I can't remember anything at all. I don't want these bad things anymore. Kurayuri, do you know what happened to Chi Minjiao and me when we were young? Sakakihara tried to ask in a low voice. Tianhai Julie Yulai paused for a moment, and then said, "I'm not sure, I didn't mean to hide it from you, brother." She quickly followed up with an explanation. "That's it, it's okay, I believe you. Also, about the incident with my aunt this afternoon. Sakakihara's voice was very tactful, because he knew that this matter was a hurdle that Julie Yulai couldn't get over. Sure enough, when Tianhai Julie Yulai heard this, he lowered his head while washing the vegetables, and his face looked a little sad. But she quickly showed a gentle smile to Sakakibara, "Let's talk about it after dinner." Sakakibara was inexplicably touched by her smile. Said it was after dinner. But now it was night time. Sakakihara estimated the time and thought that everyone was asleep at this point, so he put on his slippers and went to Amamai Kuruuri's room opposite. There were some glazed wind chimes hanging beside her bed, but the weather was a bit cold in October and the windows were not open, so the wind chimes naturally did not ring. Sakakibara came here to hear what Jurulai said about his aunt this afternoon. So after arriving in Julie Yulai's room, he sat by the bed. Tianhai Julie Yulai was currently wearing a cake-side dress and pajamas, sitting on the bed and leaning against the wall. Her thighs and feet were bare, stepping on the quilt, and her eyes revealed a little tenderness. She saw herself sitting down by the bed, smiled to herself, hugged the pillow, and covered her feet and legs in the warm quilt. The lights in the bedroom were turned off, illuminated only by the moonlight coming through the curtains outside the window. Looking at the girl with half of her legs buried in the white quilt, Sakaki Hararaku had something to explain about what happened this afternoon. Julie, what happened to Chi Minjio this afternoon? It's okay. I know what Chi Minjio is thinking, and it's precisely because I knew that I made that decision when we were dating before Tianhai. Julie obviously still felt guilty about what happened before. The bright blue eyes looked at him, and Sakaki Hara suddenly felt that she was like a dandelion, which would float away when the wind blew. Okay, let's not talk about this. What did Auntie say to you this afternoon? Withdraw from the club, and suspend school. Tianhai. Julie's voice was obviously a little weaker. When a mother uses her identity as a mother to demand that her daughter must do this, it does feel like she is using her identity to bully people. Julie didn't want to mention this at all. Then, what do Julie think? I must not want to. Yeah, but I dash. Tianhai Julie's heart is equally complicated now. Even if Chi Minjio has expressed her position, she should face Sakaki Hararaku seriously and show the momentum to fight for it. But every time she faces Sakaki Hararaku, she still can't help but recall it. The behavior of deceiving him before made him particularly angry. Sakaki Hara forgave her, but she still couldn't forgive herself. After all, Sakaki Hararaku's injuries have not been remedied, and she still owes him a debt. Therefore, when she wanted to refute her mother's words, she failed to find a solid and reliable point of support. Kurayuri, why don't you say anything anymore? Sakaki Hara asked in a soft voice when he saw Tenkai Kurayuri burying his head in his knees. Brother, are you willing to listen? You tell me, I'll listen. Sakaki Bara's answer seemed to give Amami Kurayuri some strength. She lowered her eyebrows, hugged her legs on the bed and said, Dad, since I got married to my mother, I have had some disagreements with the family. In the eyes of the family, there is no real benefit to their marriage, so they will try their best to prevent them from getting married. The Amami family is a big family, but Sakaki Bara rarely sees Uncle Amami having any interactions with other relatives. This should be the reason mentioned by Kurayuri. They will naturally block marriages that are not in the interests of the family. Because of the obstruction at home, my father and mother decided to use pregnancy as a blackmail for those in the family. As long as they are pregnant, once grandpa and the others soften their hearts and the Tianhai family has an heir, they probably won't stop them. Tianhai Julie smiled. Chi Minjio and I were born under such circumstances. What was the reaction at home after the birth? Tianhai Julie was silent for a long time. Brother should know that the heir of a family. It must be a man, Sakaki Bara thought subconsciously after following Kurayuri's words. He couldn't help but sigh that this was the dregs of the old times. But these dregs do still exist in some large and prominent families in Japanese society today. Having a son-in-law is indeed a way for many families to continue in Japan. Of course, this is often a last resort. So, Chi Minjio and I are actually dispensable to them. My father is also the kind of ambitious person. After the relationship with the family broke down due to my mother's affairs, he faced a lot of pressure from the family. Under such pressure, my father decided to focus all his energy on work. At this time, my mother's career in the UK was booming, and my mother also focused all her attention on work. Tianhai Julie hugged her legs and moved her smooth feet under the quilt. So, Chi Minjio and I couldn't see our father and mother most of the time. We could only be locked up in the villa in Chiyoda district. Dad would come home from work very late. At that time, he was very tired. He didn't have time to take care of Chi Minjio and me, so he just gave us money and then went to buy some food by himself. If my mother is in the UK, she will come back less often. No wonder Julie Yuli always lamented to herself that she was very happy to eat the food she cooked. Because they almost never had serious meals when they were young. Well. A professional elite, now the top barrister in Tokyo. A powerful star, Raku Sakakihara, an artist who is still able to shine in the entertainment industry despite facing a trough, can now see many of her aunt's recent cosmetics commercials on TV. They can be called successful in their personal careers. But when it comes to family, my uncle and aunt don't understand what family is at all. Speaking of which, Sakakibara finally understood why the two sisters behaved much more precociously than their peers. How much do they need the love from their parents if they are locked up in a big house all day long, with only cold money and cold piano instruments to accompany them every day? That's why they were so well behaved before, never refuting their father's words, and never refuting their mother's words. It's just that the two sisters are different. Chi Minjia prefers her father, while Julie Yuli prefers her mother. Tianhai Julie Yuli smiled and said, Chi Minjia and I practiced piano very hard in the past. In fact, it was to gain mother's care because mother promised us that as long as we practice the piano to the point where she thinks it is good, she will come back and take us out to do things together. Traveling. Have you practiced well? Hearing this, Sakakihara Raku couldn't help but want to shake his head. My aunt is really a bad-hearted woman who even tries to deal with her own daughter. What does the so-called very good mean? Anyway, for her, it's just a standard thing to say casually. But this standard that can be raised at will, for the two sisters, is the hope in their hearts. My mother has always been a goal for me, and she also gave me the direction to move forward. Even if I know some things, when my mother tells those things personally, I still can't stand it. I have never been able to bear it. I have never been treated as a daughter by her. But today my mother came to see me, and I found that I still subconsciously wanted to agree to my mother's words. Obviously to her, I would not care about anything except the piano. No matter it is my life or hobbies, they are not as important as the status of my hands in her mind. 9 Glaze. The aunt's indifferent attitude towards Juriuri, coupled with the lost tone of Amami Jurili's words at this time, made Sakakibara move closer to her and slowly held her hand. Tianhai Julie Yuli didn't notice this, but still subconsciously held it back because of the uneasiness in his heart. Brother, I know that none of this is right. But I don't know how to refute my mother. It's like there is no one behind me who can support me. Chi Minjia, not even Chi Minjia. I am a sister, and I should let her. It's good to feel at ease. At this point, Sakakihara Raku understood the emotion contained in her heart in her almost calm words. Sakakihara Raku was angry at his aunt's shameless use of his daughter. And felt uncomfortable because her aunt suppressed Julie Yuli again and again. Because she is a daughter, she wants to be cared about by her parents. Because she is a sister, she cannot show these emotions in front of her sister. Because she wants to be truly cared for, she cares for others with tenderness. When Sakakibara came back to his senses, he realized that the girl in front of him had just turned 16. It is a day when high school students are legitimately happy. Sakakibara looked at Amami Kuruuri hugging her legs and burying her face, as if huddled in a corner. He sat next to her and once again reached out his hand to hug her petite and heart-wrenching body. Come here, Julie Yuli. May I? Well, it's okay to lend it to you for a while. Just a very ordinary hug made Tianhai Julie Yuli lean against his chest again. Both small hands pulled up the clothes on his chest and buried his whole face in it. This time, unlike last time, Julie Yuli didn't cry. Although there was a slight choking sound, she seemed to be just expressing her emotions through herself. 9 Glazed glass. Yeah was the weak response. Next time aunt shows up again, if you call me, although it is unlikely to completely change aunt's mind, I will speak for you. If there is anything you don't want to say to aunt, or dare not say to aunt, I can speak for you. Explain. Raku Sakakibara actually blushed a little when he said this. He felt that his words were like the male protagonist in the romance novels that girls read. If you can't buy it, I will buy it for you. If you don't dare to do it, I will do it for you. Then they would arrange fireworks for the whole city to celebrate the heroine's birthday. No, it just makes me more and more embarrassed the more I think about it. Why is comforting Juliuli not as natural as comforting a ling? Sakakihara Raku felt that what he had just said was so embarrassing that he could have deducted an entire city with his hands. Tianhai Juliuli also laughed softly when he heard what he said. I feel like my brother is not very good at saying comforting words. Absolutely not. I'm still very good at comforting people. Then what I just said? My brain is hot for a while, my brain is hot for a while, Sakakibara interrupted quickly. Tianhai Juliuli lifted her body from his chest, and even felt the residual heat from his chest on her face. She blushed, and her feet behind her moved randomly in the bed. She murmured in a low voice, I quite like what you said. Real or fake? Well, I have always thought that having a brother in front can help me resist some things, which makes people feel very relaxed. I also feel that I am standing behind him. His back is very tall and reassuring. I wasn't sure just now, but I'm very happy after I got my brother's definite answer. Thank you, brother. Why do you say thank you all of a sudden? Thank you for listening to what I have to say. It's nothing, I just listened to what you said. As long as you are sad, you can tell me about Ant. I also know about Ant. Next time, just call me directly. Don't face it alone. Anyway, Ant can't come in now. At school, she can't find you alone. Tianhai Juliuli smiled at him. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down, Sakakibara propped up his knees. Okay then, good night, Juliuli, it's getting late. Remember to go to bed early. Huh. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Sakakihara Ellie was pulled by her clothes. Can you stay here a little longer? So cute. This is it. In fact, it was not easy for Sakakihara Raku to stay in Kuruori's room for too long. After all, she was very thinly dressed and only had a pair of pajamas. However, Kuruori took the initiative to retain her, and Sakakibara Raku actually wanted to spend more time with her. But the current atmosphere is very embarrassing. As a man, Sakakibara Raku shouldn't have any further contact with Kuruori. This would make him look like a special scumbag, as if the only thing he likes about a girl is physical contact. Juliuli felt a little guilty about him because she was a girl and she was shy and didn't dare to be too proactive. The two of them pursed their lips in an awkward atmosphere, their eyes drifting to other places unconsciously. In the end, it was Amami Kuruori who pulled Sakakibara's sleeves and said to him with a shy eyebrow, how about, come and sit here. She pointed to the other side of her pillow. Even if Raku Sakakibara is an emotional idiot now, he can still understand what this means. Okay, sit down. With a bit of a man's strong will, Sakakibara sat over. Not long after he sat down, Tianhai Juliuli took the initiative to offer her little hand to him. After Sakakihara held it, he could only feel the comfortable softness under the delicate temperature. In a girl's bedroom, at night, such a close contact with a beautiful girl. It is impossible for Sakakihara Raku to say that he is not nervous. Juliuli's sapphire blue eyes that shone brightly at night made people's hearts flutter just by looking at them. Tianhai Juliuli held the bed with both hands, and as she moved closer to him, the quilt slipped from her white thighs. Her whole body leaned towards her like this, and her eyes stared closely at her. A few bunches of flaxen hair hung down along with her slender arms, and the cake lace nightgown also hung down. Sakaki Hararaku accidentally took a look and could already see the line under the snow-white collarbone with only a suspender and the neckline of the dress that seemed to be full of milky fragrance. It must be very soft, this is what I subconsciously thought after swallowing my saliva. Tianhai Yuli was a little shy and evasive at this time, plus she pursed her lips slightly. She stretched herself out again and leaned so close to her face, and Sakaki Hararaku probably understood what she meant. Want to kiss? Not kissing? Is she hinting that she wants to kiss her? Should I just kiss her like this? Sakaki Hararaku also wanted to imagine the kind of person who doesn't care about anything and just keeps kissing her. But when the facts were in front of him, he realized that he couldn't do it. He subconsciously took a look at the light red lips, which looked charming with the blessing of her beautiful cheeks. Tianhai Yuli is waiting for him. But, I want to kiss. This is what I told myself in my heart. Totally, okay, kiss him all at once. Then. Sakaki Hara didn't dare to think about what happened next. He was afraid that he would lose his mind and act randomly. At this time, Yuli's eyes were already a little more evasive. What was she thinking? Probably wondering why I didn't kiss her? Don't you want to kiss her? Still don't want to kiss her? Because of this, she began to waver. Sakaki Hara thought about this and gave himself a reassurance. Relative. Just kiss. Kiss enough. The heartbeat began to accelerate, in the atmosphere full of the girl's fragrance. When Sakaki Hararaku began to move toward Amami Kurayuri, her sky-blue eyes were already trembling a little, with emotions of panic and shyness sandwiched between them. The first kiss. She really wanted to accept it, but the shyness and panic in her heart made her want to escape. Therefore, Tianhai Yuli chose to close her eyes, not to look at everything, and then quietly waited for what happened next. So nervous? You can clearly hear your own heartbeat. Are you ready? Or has it not started yet? Facing the girl who was so close, Sakakibara made his final decision and kissed her. Bang. Sister, I came to sleep with you, it seems I accidentally ran into something good. Nanami opened the door with a bang, and immediately Saraku Sakakibara sitting on the bed, and her sister with her hands on the bed. Their faces were very close, but not touching. With this sound, both of them were obviously startled by Tianhai Kaimingyu's actions. The already extremely ambiguous atmosphere made them cover up what just happened with their own reactions. Sakakibara touched his chin and looked up at the girl standing at the door, wearing pajamas, holding a pillow in her arms, and with her long hair hanging down. Why are you here? Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes seemed to glow with cold light. She pointed to the window where it was still raining and said, You know, I was afraid of thunderstorms, so I came to sleep with my sister and talked about some private words that only twins would say. I didn't expect that I accidentally broke something good. Should I apologize? Sakakibara almost believed her. According to Chi Minjiu's declaration today, she probably heard the sound of herself leaving the room, and then followed her. I was at Yuli's door and overheard it now. It's true, the walls have ears. Do you want me to avoid it? Tianhai Kaimingyu tilted her head expressionlessly. The atmosphere is gone. What's the use of avoiding Chi Minjiu? Looking at Tianhai Yuli, she was very shy and embarrassed at this time, avoiding her eyes, as if she was adjusting her mentality. Take another look at the 7 bright moons in the sky and see. She was looking at herself and Tianhai Yuli with a kind of appreciative look. By the way, why does it feel like an affair has been exposed? It's so baffling. It is obvious that the legitimate relationship is with Yuli. What do you think, sister? Tianhai Chi Minjiu put her eyes on the bed, the girl who looked exactly like herself. Can I sleep with my sister tonight? It's actually a wonderful feeling to see another self sitting next to the person you like, and about to kiss the other self. Tianhaijuli Yulai stretched out her hand to pull the hair around her ears, and the blush on her face had not faded. Chi Minjiao should be able to sleep on her own now, right? That's not okay. A sister will always be a sister. Tianhai Chi Minjiao lifted the pillow in her arms. There will be a day when my sister won't be able to take care of her. It doesn't matter, sister just needs to take care of her now. Take care of me once, and then I'll take care of you a second time. Sister, please take care of me and there will be no more trouble. What? Sakakibara looked confused. What were you two talking about? Take care of what? What the first time and the second time? Sakakibara's head was still processing the meaning of their words, so they started again. Twins, two sisters who have been close friends since childhood, are looking at each other. Their eyes met, with some emotion written on their faces. Sister, don't you think your sister needs some attention? It's necessary, but I don't think it's possible when it's necessary. Was it necessary just now? But I think if I don't interfere, I'll be sleeping alone from now on. Tianhaijuli Yulai obviously hesitated, but she immediately said, even so, I will not let go. Sister is so heartless. Sister, you are just as heartless today. Then sister, do you want to sleep with me today? Not today. Sakaki Hararaku felt very sad because he could smell the smell of gunpowder and he was caught in the middle. What they said seemed to be closely related to themselves. How about this? Amamai Nanamajetsu turned his attention to Sakaki Bararaku, who had been silent. Let my brother make the judgment. Ha! Why did you suddenly involve me in July? Who do you think is more ruthless, my sister or me? Sakakibara was at the door, on the big bed, between Tianhai Kaimingyu and Tianhai Jurili, his eyes jumping back and forth. When you look at them, they also look at you. Meeting the gaze of the twins, they had identical faces and identical gazes. Sakaki Hararaku felt as if he was in a desperate situation. Is this what is called sending a proposition? About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 176. At the end of October, the ginkgo leaves on the slope at the entrance of the college are either dancing lightly or gathering in piles. Wearing a suit and uniform, he was walking on a golden uphill road, reaching out to block the bright sun in the sky. Raku Sakaki Hara weighed his school bag on his shoulders and looked at the college gate above the slope. Wearing crisp white shirts without any wrinkles, neatly styled Western-style school uniforms, fluttering pleated skirts, or annoying trousers that are tangled around your feet, students all around are heading towards the door. Here is high school. It is said to be a gathering place for the most magnificent period of life. Youth, struggle, passion, and hard work can all be reflected in this period of time. Whenever I enter the society as an adult, I will always recall the precious scenes I encountered in the past 3 years. Clubs, teachers, classmates, or the female classmate I had a crush on. Summer fireworks, New Year's visits to shrines, holiday travel, and the sweet and dreamy time spent with your first love. Sakaki Hararaku also looked forward to that scene. Sit together with a beautiful girl you like, chatting about daily things, or writing the same homework at the same time. On the rooftop, in a family restaurant, or in front of a bench in a convenience store, we hold hands and feed each other some snacks, feeling each other's presence and smiling happily. All in all, high school is synonymous with youth. This memory is more profound than elementary school and more special than college. For me, when I grow up, this is definitely a time worth remembering. But now, Sakaki Hararaku is at a loss. Because the cultural festival in November has begun to be officially implemented. As the homeroom teacher of their 4th class, Keiko Miyasaka, a professional female teacher, tapped the corner of her book on the podium to signal everyone in the class to remain quiet during the morning meeting. This is the situation, So do you have any good suggestions for the activities carried out by our class? You can feel free to speak out. In this case, compared to the general silence in other classes, Sakakihara Raku found that everyone in his class was particularly active. Haunted house, a girl raised her hand. Pillow fight, a boy raised his hand. Snack bar. Maid cafe. One or two then raised their hands to find out. For a moment, due to everyone's overly enthusiastic performance, Keiko Miyasaka signaled for silence, but there was obvious embarrassment on her face. Okay, quiet dash. After everyone became quieter, Miyasaka Keiko looked at everyone again and said, "Well, now you all have different requirements. There are too many. We certainly can't handle them all in one class. How about we vote on a few of the activities with the highest voices?" Everyone agreed with the teacher's suggestion. Raku Sakakibara held his face in the window seat at the end and looked at the four options chosen by everyone in the class. Japanese fried noodle shop. Maid cafe. Haunted house. Anime fan exhibition. What, isn't it just the classic four choices? After a series of heated discussions, even Mr. Miyasaka used his Chinese class to vote for everyone. In the end, everyone's eyes were fixed on the maid cafe and anime fan exhibition. Reality is amazing. Boys keep calling maid cafe. Maid cafe. The girls kept shouting animatogen exhibition. Animation fan exhibition. They argued fiercely and spit. There was a lot of noise. Girls accuse boys of being a bunch of lechers who open maid cafes just to see their girls in maid outfits. Boys accuse girls of being a bunch of lechers too, and opening anime fan exhibitions is just to facilitate the sale of their erotic photo albums. The situation got out of hand. From the window seat at the back of the classroom, Raku Sakakihara watched a war drama comparable to that of Hollywood. Fight quickly. Why do you have this idea? Strangeness. But this is youth. By the way, I would like to explain that in the so-called anime fan exhibition, in addition to general cosplay, you can also take out your own comics, albums, and small items and set up stalls in the class to sell them. The income belongs to you. The students of Mingde Elementary School are generally not short of money. Sometimes, don't look down on the things that the girls put out for sale. They are all very valuable. The debate came to an end and it was finally the turn of voting. From the door, the first student on the right starts to vote. Sakakibara Raku was the last one. Under everyone's attention, Sakakihara folded the note in his hand and put it into the cardboard box that Mr. Miyasaka placed on the desk. The statistical results are out. As Sakakihara expected, the boys won the election. The event held at the cultural festival was decided to be a maid cafe. Who told them that class 4 has more boys? Compared to the boys who were happy, the girls were unhappy. Because they are the ones wearing maid uniforms in the maid cafe. They are also the ones who have worked hard. Miyasaka-sensei. Oh? What do you think, Himeno-san? Because there are many female students in the music club in our class, and they will participate in club performances of the music club, there is a high probability that there will be insufficient manpower during the event. I suggest that the boys can also wear maid outfits when necessary. Receive the guests. Standing up, Himeno-san put his hands on the table and looked down at the group of boys who were obviously stunned from a condescending perspective. There was an uproar. What a sinister move. Sakakibara, who was eating melon alone in the corner of the classroom, shook his head silently. But judging from Miyasaka-sensei's character, she would never agree to such an outrageous setting as to let boys wear maid uniforms. Okay, Keiko Miyasaka said to everyone on the podium with a smile. Yes. No dash. Contrary to the girls' triumphant voices, there were howls and protests from the boys. Even Sakakihara Raku raised his head in confusion. Wait, why did Mr. Miyasaka agree to such an outrageous setting? But you still need to discuss the specific implementation. The teacher will not force anything. Boys want to see girls wearing maid outfits, and conversely, girls want to see boys wearing maid outfits. Maybe that's okay. Teacher Miyasaka smiled and said very ambiguously, the specific situation depends on your own decision. Teacher will not interfere too much with you during the cultural festival. To sum up, what Mr. Miyasaka means is that she cannot decide whether boys wear maid uniforms or not. Let the students discuss it themselves. It seems that the teacher is also a master of blame shifting. Sakakibara thought so, and soon the end of the first class came. Get out of class is over, but the argument is not over. All in all, it was the girls who started going on strike. Just say that if the boys don't wear it, they won't do it. If the boys want to open a maid cafe, just ask the girls from other classes to wear maid uniforms. As the originator of the maid cafe, boys have absolutely nothing to do with them. With the purpose of mutual benefit, everyone reached a consensus together. But whether this consensus should be a question mark, Sakakihara Raku didn't know. Wait, are we really going to wear maid uniforms? Fujino Yoshiyuki held his chopsticks and raised his head suddenly. Fujino, it's already lunchtime, and you actually just realized it, Nishijima Ogai said as if nothing had happened. It's so abominable. How could there be such a weird incident of a man wearing a maid outfit? Nishijima Ogai pushed up his glasses. If I remember correctly, the guy who shouted maid cafe. Maid cafe. The guy who shouted the loudest was you. Fujino was exposed, scratched his face in embarrassment, and then asked Sakakibara, who was looking at his phone while eating opposite him, Sakakihara, do you have nothing to say? Look at how calm you are. I can't wear it. Huh? Why? Sakakibara put the phone aside, sighed and said to him, didn't you listen to those girls? If you want me to play a role like a butler, I don't need a maid uniform. I should wear a butler uniform. Fujino's eyes widened, why is this? Nishijima Oki persuaded him, an Xin, it's not like you don't know Sakakihara's status among girls. Girls look at him with warmth. Sakakibara continued to explain, according to the girls, I can cook. They think that since they want to open a maid cafe, they should open it as the best and have a little bit of every dish to compare with other classes. But I am cook. Oh, I understand, it turns out it's Sakakibara, you're a great cook. Nishijima gave Fujino a you don't have to lie to yourself anymore look, then patted him on the shoulder and told him to take care of himself. After the lunch break, Sakakibara felt a little sleepy, so he went back to the classroom and lay down on his desk to sleep. Occasionally, a few beams of sunshine fell from the leaves of the evergreen trees outside the window. Listening to the sound of the wind and smelling the fragrance of paper and ink after opening the Mandarin textbook, Raku Sakakihara changed the direction and continued to sleep. But in his mind, he remembered the scene of Tianhai Juli Yulai with his hands on the bed that night. Why didn't you kiss me? What does it feel like? Will kissing Chi Minjia feel the same? That soft and fragrant comfort. No, why did you think of Chi Minjia again? Sakakihara Raku lost sleep instantly. He felt like Chi Minjia had put a virus in his head now, and he would always think of her no matter what he did with Juli Yulai. Afternoon. Raku Sakakihara stood at the door of the piano classroom. He was half an hour late on purpose. Therefore, he knew quite well who was inside. 7 bright moons. Chi Minjia, how should I face this adopted sister? No matter what, she looks like the person she likes. It's definitely impossible to say that I don't like her at all. Men don't like the appearance of girls. Ha ha ha, these words are as meaningless as a normal man not being lustful. Raku Sakakihara admits that he is the kind of person who likes beautiful girls and is a little bit astringent. I usually look at the legs of Chi Minjio and Juliuli from behind, and the absolute realm between knee-high socks and pleated skirts. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told them to look like that? They're still twins. No man wouldn't like the way they intertwined their fingers and had their faces touching each other, right? If Sakakihara Raku didn't look at it, he would be embarrassed to say that he was a man. No. Sakakibara raised his face and regained his composure. Now that he has decided that he will never be a scumbag who has two things to do, he should be more confident when facing Chi Minjio. Why are you embarrassed to see her? He pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Tian Haikimingyu was wearing the gold-rimmed glasses he gave her, holding a book in her hand, and sitting next to the piano. She is still so demure, exuding an insurmountable aura of a princess. Missy. A young lady with knowledge and aura. This is how Raku Sakakihara feels. Keep practicing since you're here. Today is grade 9 piano music. Oh. Contrary to expectations, Chi Minjio did not question his tardiness. Sakakihara didn't want to say anything more, so he sat directly in front of the piano and started his practice today. After practicing all the way, of course I encountered bottlenecks, and Sakakihara Raku was able to solve them by himself after getting familiar with them a little bit. It is quite refreshing to press the bone-colored keys with your fingers, and the smooth musical notes will play out. This is a very refreshing thing, but Sakakibara always feels a little absent-minded when practicing. From time to time, he glanced at Tian Haikimingyu to see what she was doing. Is that book good? Taking advantage of the break after piano practice, Sakakibara asked Amami Nanamayu. These days, she has been reading Transparent Spiral by Kigo Higashino. Pretty good. What story? Mystery novel, but it doesn't put too much emphasis on reasoning. You want to hear it? I would rather be an audience. If you want to say something Chi Minjio, just say it. Tian Haikimingyu did not raise her head, but put her hand on top of the book and said while reading, the biggest feeling I have from this book is the experiences of 3 generations, 3 women, in marriage, love, and the relationship between men and women. Tian Haikimingyu glanced at him and found that he indeed wanted to hear her story, so she closed the book, straightened her body and said. The first woman was my grandmother. She was well educated, intellectual, high-spirited, and yearned for the big city. After leaving her family and going to the prosperous Tokyo, she met the man of her dreams and got pregnant for him. She originally planned to step down. Entering the happy time of marriage, due to the unexpected death of the husband, the whole family was torn apart. She could only live in nightclubs. The time was in the 1960s, and my grandmother gave birth to a child out of wedlock. Did my brother study it in history class? You know how difficult it was for a woman to raise a child alone at that time. I understand this. As a last resort, my grandmother had no choice but to reluctantly throw her child, Chizuriko, at the door of the orphanage. Tian Haikimingyu continued. The second woman is her mother, Chiheko. Chiheko grew up in an orphanage. Because she fell in love with a man with a family, she couldn't get married. In the end, she had to give birth to her daughter Sonika and lived single with her children. Unlike her grandmother, Chizuriko was in a period of golden economic prosperity. Although she lived in poverty with her children alone, she did not give up on her children and tried her best to let her daughter live a happy life. Under the care of Chizuriko, Sonika began to grow up. When Sakakihara Raku heard this, why did he feel like he was talking about his mother? Single-parent families pull their children to grow up. As an aside, Sakakihara Raku has seen it with his own eyes and knows how difficult it is to be a mother in a single-parent family. So when her mother wanted to find new support, Sakakihara Raku fully agreed. Because they are not far apart, Uncle Tianhai can go to his mother's restaurant for lunch every day. It can be regarded as an alternative love between two workaholics. Tian Haikimingyu folded her hands on the book. The third one is my daughter Yuanxiang. Yuanxiang grew up in a single-parent family. She likes to agree with others. To put it simply, she is a pleaser. Jurulai is somewhat similar, but not exactly the same. Sakaki Hara subconsciously made the association. She met a boyfriend who was gentle and elegant when they first met. However, after encountering difficulties in reality, this boyfriend would take it out on Yuanxiang, violently abuse her domestically, and use words to control Yuanxiang's spirit. Xiuangxiang knew that the situation was wrong, but she did not dare to escape from the situation due to the threat from the other party. Even though her relatives and friends knew about her plight and wanted to help her, she herself could not walk out. The story involves abandoned babies, child adoption, blood recognition, domestic violence, and workplace bullying. The three women are connected by blood relationship, allowing them to achieve mutual redemption. It would be too cumbersome for me to go into details about other plots, so I won't explain them here. Brother, what did you hear? Sakaki Hararaku just felt inexplicably that the people here felt a bit like the people around him. Whether it is a grandmother, a mother, or a daughter, you can find examples around you in these characters. This is somewhat scary to think about. Nanami looked at Sakaki Bararaku. This book is much weaker than the previous reasoning, but it is still somewhat valuable after reading it. I also wrote down a sentence in particular: no matter how outstanding a child is, if you don't look at men, that's your fatal flaw. Sakaki Hara's thinking became complicated. He thought for a long time and heard some meaning in Chi Minjiu's words. Then, do Chi Minjiu think you have it? I have, she said firmly, so I won't give up, even if my opponent is my sister. I won't give up, even if you don't like me at all, I won't give up. Sakaki Hararaku felt a little sad when he heard this. He even began to doubt whether he should have taken more care of Chi Minjiu in the first place. When he thought of Nanami Mingzuki always reading alone in school, with her indifferent eyes looking out the window, Sakaki Hararaku couldn't help but chat with her. Even her words were laced with self-confidence and an uncomfortable sting. Raku Sakaki Hara will also feel happy and relieved because she starts responding to him instead of sitting alone. I want to make this cold stepsister happy. This is what I, as her adopted brother, have in mind. His concern for her was not wrong. Because of her care and what happened when she was a child, she developed a crush on herself, which was not wrong. It is also not wrong for Julie Yulai to have a good impression of herself because of her care. This must be the uncomfortable part of being a sworn brother caught between twin sisters. But it doesn't do any good to dwell on the hard parts. Sakaki Hararaku believes that even in this environment, the only way to be happy is to be happy. Just like a Ling who is always heartless and clamoring to eat tornado potatoes. What is your class's cultural festival event? Sakaki Bararakuja changed the subject and asked Tenkai Nanamijetsu. Maid cafe. It's a maid cafe again? Why did you choose this one? Why don't we hold it together? Brother, are you looking forward to it? What did I expect? You expect me and my sister to wear maid outfits. Tian Haikiming's calm eyes that seemed to be able to see the deepest desires in people's hearts made people unable to have the desire to refute. The twins' maid outfits should be cute, right? Tian Haikimingyu withdrew her gaze. It's a pity that my sister and I don't know how to wear those clothes. They are the clothes of domestic servants. I don't understand why men like this kind of clothes. You just think it's cute now. Is it necessary for me to call you master when you are talking? Tian Haikimingyu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and looked at him again. A pair of bright and clear blue eyes reflected his appearance. Anyway, you don't have to look forward to it. I won't wear this kind of thing. I didn't say I expected you two to wear it either. Okay, after you've rested, you can continue practicing the piano. If there's anything you don't know about, ask me again. That's it? Sakakihara put his hands on the piano again, and while playing unfamiliar music, he felt that after today, it would not be difficult to be alone with Nanamayu. She said she liked herself and would not give up. But there seems to be no actual pursuit of action. Or Sakakibara used the corner of his eye to secretly glance at Amami Nanamajetsu, whose long flaxen hair fell past her shoulders. The girl is beautiful, quiet, knowledgeable, and courteous, and her body is filled with the fragrance that is unique to young girls. In fact, she doesn't know how to pursue people at all. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 177. Chapter 176 Sakakihara Suzu's radio drama and her confusion. Get out. Tisk, didn't you hear what I said? Get out, don't let me see you in this home. The messy papers and ashtrays hit me squarely on the right side of my face. In front of me was my mother with a cigarette in her hand and a bored look on her face. The unbearable pain began to emerge from the heavy impact. Looking down, the corners of the scattered documents stung his skin like wheat. Get out, what an eyesore, how could I have given birth to you in the first place? I ran away on a rainy day. I can't find a place to stay. I just walked aimlessly through the bustling city. Parks, bridges, suspended construction sites, cold raindrops, and the slightly earthy air made my hands numb. My body, which was wet from the rain, could not feel any warmth in this world. I looked at the world, at the leaves soaked by the cold rain, and at the neon lights of the city enveloped by the sound of cars. What on earth am I living for? Until Falcon Taejun. She held an umbrella and shielded me in front of me with curious eyes. Hidaka-san. Then, the first ray of light began to appear in front of my eyes. The Love Game Tastes Like Mint TV animation will be broadcast in November 2022. On the screen of Sakakihara Raku's mobile phone, in the line interface for chatting with his sister, a short anime PV has just been broadcast. Lele, what do you think of this animation? Raku Sakakihara leaned against the tram carriage, and the city's sunset glow shone brightly outside the window behind him. He looked at the latest chat bubble that popped up on his phone and tapped his fingers to reply. You play the heroine who appears in the scene. Yes, and the most important one. Isn't she the tsundere girl number 2? It seems that Hidakaho's personality is not very similar. You are so arrogant. Angry Boxing Rabbit. Also, my radio drama will start soon, so be sure to listen to it when you get home. Okay, I promise this. That's okay. The heroine is really you. Humph, Angry Rabbit, of course it's me. Didn't you see the name on the dubbing list below? This is an opportunity that my seniors finally took care of. I must cherish it. Senior. Aling always said that seniors took care of opportunities. But in fact, if she wasn't strong enough, the sound supervisor wouldn't have hired her, right? Sakakibara wondered if this was a sign of Suzu's lack of confidence in the workplace. As an elder brother, he felt that he still needed to encourage him. Come on, Aling. Cheer up, emoticon. Needless to say, I'll work hard too. Okay, no more chatting. I'm going to preview the script I'm going to read later. Bye. No need to reply to me, just come and listen to my radio drama later. This reply took half a minute to appear. Aling is shy. However, my mind recalled the appearance of the heroine just now and the words Falcon Tycoon. The voice was so gentle that Sakakihara Raku didn't realize it was Suzu's voice. But her appearance outside is quite similar to that of Aling. Gentle and demure. He couldn't help but wonder, would the lively and naughty Aling also have a gentle side? Sakakibara looked at the avatar on his sister's social software account on his phone and gave himself the answer in his heart. Aling definitely has a gentle side. But her gentleness is different. Her gentleness means she likes to act coquettishly towards others, and she likes to clamor for people to pay attention to her and feel her comfortable side. What if someone didn't react to something she did? Raku Sakakibara actually tried to ignore her when there was disagreement between the siblings. As a result, Aling was so sad that she gave up on herself and didn't even want to eat. As his brother who had watched her grow up, Sakakihara Raku certainly couldn't stand it. After she was coaxed, she showed off a rather clingy act of coquettishness. The kind that makes me want to hold you when I sleep at night. I don't know why, but when I think of Suzu, Raku Sakakihara feels a little emotional. He raised his head and observed the surrounding environment in the tram. There are office workers who don't shave their beards, female high school students or male high school students who gather together to communicate, as well as melancholy-faced uncles and expressionless housewives. People's identities and their relationships with those around them shape society as it does. Sakakihara Raku was once in such an environment, and was alone, without any ties that could be called family ties with other people in society. Younger sister. It would be nice if I had a sister. Probably, she will need herself very much, right? When I think of myself in my previous life, it is so bleak that it makes me want to laugh. Get off the car. The tram door opened, and with it came the reminder that the 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea had no emotions. She paid attention to Raku Sakakibara's face for a moment. After walking out of the tram with several passers-by, Tianhai Minjia wanted to ask, but someone spoke first before her. I don't think my brother is very happy. Seeing her sister taking the initiative to stand beside Sakakibara Raku, Amamai Nanamai took back what she was about to ask and looked forward. It should be considered a mistake, right? The girl thought so in her heart. Sakakibara replied, it's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that I suddenly felt emotional. Sentiment. What? There was light in Tianhai's 9 glazed pupils. Well, just now Aling shared with me the animated PV she dubbed. The male protagonist in it was disliked by his family. His mother even threw an ashtray at him. He couldn't find a place to stay, so he had to live in the city. Seeing me being aimlessly soaked in the rain made me feel quite distressed, and I even felt a little bit the same way. Tianhai Julie Yulai felt a little strange. Brother, you shouldn't think so, right? Did you see it? Julie Yulai said it right. In fact, based on my own life experience, I would not be so empathetic. Because I still have a younger sister and a mother who is determined to persevere, I have not been completely abandoned by my family. Maybe I'm a little too emotional. Sakakihara thought for a long time and could only give this explanation. The so-called sensibility actually refers to the tendency to think and do more. Because I have given too much emotion, I cannot tolerate emotional betrayal. Amamai Kuruori is very smart and figured this out from Sakakihara Raku's words. Did Julie Yulai feel like I was a different person during that time? Tianhai Julie Yulai nodded. Thinking about it now, I also feel a little awkward. In fact, the best way to deal with it at the time was to keep the feeling in my heart and hold it in for a while. It's not a good thing to hold it in. And I did do something wrong. My brother probably just wanted to go out and calm down, and he didn't say that he wanted to sever ties with everyone. Amamai Kuruori's words were from Sakakibara Raku's perspective and thinking about him. There was a little bit of guilt in her voice. This actually made Sakakibara laugh. Elder brother. Haha, it's okay, go home. Sister and brother are essentially the same idiots. Tianhai Kaimingyu stood aside and looked at the two people with colorless eyes. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. How can I defeat my sister? This is worth pondering. When Raku Sakakibara got home today, he didn't go out for a run as usual. Instead, he sat on his bed and picked up his phone. I entered keywords on the mobile phone network and found the web page of the season's Love Game Tastes Like Mint TV animation. Then I found the radio drama channel my sister mentioned through the hyperlink, and then adjusted the volume to the most appropriate level. The size of Put on your headphones, close your eyes, and wait. The love game tastes like peppermint. Wow, clap your hands, clap your hands. The voice of Suzu Sakakihara came from the earphones. Even with the sound of this voice, Raku Sakakihara, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but smile knowingly. He could already imagine his sister sitting in a small room clapping her hands. This broadcast seems to be hosted by a Ling alone. But that's right. There are more than one live broadcast, and everyone on the internet wants to see a Ling liven up the atmosphere by herself. Who makes her now known as the most popular new beautiful voice actress? First of all, in order to celebrate the official release of this TV animation Love Game Tastes Like Mint in November, everyone applauds warmly again. Oh, great. From the very beginning, Suzu Sakakihara began to talk about interesting things that happened during dubbing within the company last week in her ear-friendly voice. The content is related to the plot of the novel. This is probably to make the audience feel more comfortable. But in fact, these are not important. What is important is a Ling's performance in this broadcast hosting. That kind of voice seems to have the power of a smile, which conveys a subtle sense of security to people, making people want to continue listening to her words. That kind of calmness and casualness, coupled with some little jokes that occasionally make people laugh, even made Raku Sakakihara feel healed by her voice. This sense of spiritual comfort even made what she said the content doesn't matter, just listen to her talk. Sakakihara Raku felt that she was healed by her voice and this program. He is worthy of being dubbed the voice actor as a little angel. There must be someone who thinks the same as me at this time. What a great sound. Suzu-chan must be such a cute and gentle girl in real life. No, when Sakakibara came back to her senses, she remembered how she usually behaved in front of him. Brother, please help me wash my skirt. Brother, please help me wash my socks. Bro, I'm hungry. Brother. Raku Sakakihara was instantly distracted, and finally pulled himself back from reality, continuing to listen to Suzu's radio host. Suzu Sakakihara used these topics to relax the atmosphere in the radio drama room and make everyone lively with her voice. After the warm-up, it's time for the most important part of the broadcast. So the fourth volume of the novel is freshly released, and the latest radio drama is also freshly released this time. Are you all looking forward to seeing the interaction between Hayabusa Taejun and Hoi-chan? In the fourth volume, Hayabusa has begun to learn how to face his past family members, and has begun to learn to work hard for what he wants. However, Sujiang, who is getting along with him day by day, suddenly undergoes some wonderful changes. The girl who is full of energy also has something unknown in her heart. What is she worried about? What kind of situation will the two people face in their cohabitation life? Can Hayabusa be brave enough to express his feelings to Sui-chan? Cheer up, Mr. Hayabusa, someone starts to need you. After talking so much, everyone must be tired of hearing these little things I talk about. This idea did not appear subconsciously in Sakakihara Raku's mind at all. Wrong. This is not a Ling. Sakakihara Raku came to his senses again. Damn it, a Ling's voice is really scary. Next, this radio drama is the interaction time between Hayata-kun and Ho-chan, an interactive bonus limited to 2 people, then. Along with Sakakihara Suzu's voice, which seemed to be deliberately prolonged, a soothing tune began to play on the headphones. Soon, another gentle and sweet voice emerged again. Falcon Taejun. A male voice with a slightly thick nasal voice. Of course, I'm asking if you are ready to go out. Oh. Smile. Well, it seems that Sui's preparations for going out are much more detailed than mine. Well, although I don't know much about makeup, Sui looks very good today. Thanks. It's like a very formal thank you with a feminine touch. The honorific was still used, and to Sakakibara Raku's ears, this formed a strange contrast with Sui's energetic voice before. It feels like Hidekaho has a bit of a naughty personality in it. Hideki should have been performing live at Suzu, right? You can hear a little difference. My ears seem to be a little taller today. Well, today I wore slightly higher shoes because you are taller. Hayabusa-kun, if you stand next to me wearing low-heeled shoes, I will look very small. Hayabusa-kun, are you too tall? A little. Sui, too close hands, don't touch my head. Hayabusa Taejun, are you shy? The voice changed from doubtful to slow to brisk. I'm not shy. How could I be shy over such a small thing? Ha ha ha, it seems to me that he is just shy. I didn't expect that Hayabusa-kun would still act like a child at such an old age. Really, he would be shy if he got even slightly closer. This is a normal reaction from boys. Humph. What are you laughing at? I feel like Hayabusa-kun is very shy, like an elementary school student. He is so cute, like an elementary school student. Hello, here. Ah, Hayabusa-kun is angry. Yeah, it's not that I'm angry, I'm just unwilling to be called a kid by you all the time. He hesitates, like he's inhaling while puffing up his chest. You see, I'm actually quite tall. Smiling sweetly, the current Hayabusa-kun is more like a boy who deliberately shows off in front of his mother in order not to be looked down upon. Aren't you still a primary school student? Sighing, then surprised after a moment, Sui, Sui. Just holding hands. Okay, okay, get ready to go out, get ready to go out, go, 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 let's go, Target, Kadokawa bookstore. Oh, okay, let's go. It's let's go, this time. Hayabusa-kun, please don't carry me on your bicycle and fall again. Definitely not this time. Firm tone. I said the same thing last time. It will definitely not happen this time. Raku Sakakibara listened to the completely different voice of Suzu Sakakihara in the radio drama, and her mood kept changing with the male protagonist in it. Aling's performance was so perfect that no mistakes could be heard at all. Later, Hayabusa drove Sui to Kadokawa bookstore to buy books. On the way, he met a policeman on bicycle patrol. Sui suddenly told him that carrying people on bicycles was against the regulations. Hayabusa could only pedal hard, evading the police pursuit and racing all the way. Sui was right behind him and kept saying, "Come on, Hayabusa-kun. Come on, Hayabusa-kun. Hurry up, we're going to be caught up." The police chased her wildly from behind. Hayata held onto the handlebars and pedaled wildly, while Sui hugged her waist and shouted wildly from behind. There was a lot of laughter. Of course, he was still caught up by the police near the entrance of the bookstore. The two were taken to the police station together for an education. Listen to the radio drama all the way. There is sweetness and laughter, and there is also the excitement of the two committing a small crime together, and the sweetness of burying their heads at the same time and secretly glancing at each other when being criticized. People like Sakakibara Raku who have never heard of radio dramas are a little bit fond of this program. Finally, the two left the police station together. Hayata pushed the bicycle, and Sui followed him with his hands behind his back. While the two complained about each other, they continued to the Kadokawa bookstore that they had not yet arrived. By the end of it, Raku Sakakihara even forgot that he was listening to a radio drama. There is even a feeling of being healed. The quality is quite impressive. Is this the level of work Aling is doing now? It was clear that the sound was a change of Suzu's own voice, but Sakakihara Raku could hear something, and this was the thought of Hideki himself. He even began to look forward to the series. After the radio drama ended, Suzu Sakakihara said goodbye to everyone in Sui's voice. About 5 minutes passed. Sakakibara received a Suzu's private line message. "Brother, are you listening? Listen. How do you feel? This is my first time hosting a small show by myself. The animation team asked me to give it a try. They said Sui was very popular, so they specially added a single-player interactive plot." Sakakibara looked at the phone in his hand, thought for a while, and typed a reply. It feels a little less like you. What's the meaning? Doesn't it look like it? No, the acting is so similar that even I can only hear a little bit of your character's voice. Can you say something without using Sui's voice? 10 seconds later. Voice, don't my voice, Sakakibara Suzu, sound good. Sakakibara laughed again. Aling Sui's voice, how can I put it, can really be heard in people's hearts. She has the cuteness of a girl, her special little complaints, and occasionally reveals a gentleness and virtuousness that is completely different from her vitality. It's already great, Ling. Sakakibara Suzu was sitting in the employee lounge of the recording company and saw this message sent to her by Sakakibara Suzu. Why, it was obviously just a very ordinary compliment. It made her want to purse her lips. Recently, she has been practicing hard and trying hard to play the role of Hidekaho. Even in the middle of the night, I have to take out the original light novel and study it. Carefully understand the mood of the characters in the book and try to match the appropriate voice lines. The process is painful and difficult. But this is work, there is no other way. If she didn't work hard, she wouldn't be able to survive in the world of voice actors just by looking good. But that doesn't mean she doesn't need recognition. She also wants to be praised. Don't think that I am happy when I see your compliment. I am not happy because of this, Sakakibara Suzu murmured in a low voice. She stretched her feet in black leather shoes forward, dangling meaninglessly, and lightly bumped the toes of her shoes. He looked around with his head, his eyes wandering up and down. Finally, when she found that there was no one around, she hugged the phone with both hands and took another look at the sentence in her hands. It's already great, Ling. Sakakibara Suzu was very happy. My brother has moved back. She was both happy and a little unhappy. Because her brother came back to live, this meant that she could not run to see him alone in the future and live in a space where there were only two people. I want him to cook for me. I want him to sort out my clothes. Want to get his praise. She also wanted him to talk to her. Sakakibara Suzu knew what she wanted, but there was no other way. If she could help it, she wouldn't want to grow up at all. I just want to be the same person I was when I was a kid. Who let this bastard brother of mine only dote on him and do everything for him? Asshole brother. Bastard Lele. Sakakibara Suzu hesitated for a moment, then typed to test out Sakakibara Raku. Recently, you and Julie Yuli officially reconciled, right? Right, he replied. So, do you have any intention of getting back together? After much hesitation, Sakakibara Suzu bit her lip and asked this question. Yes, but Julie Yuli doesn't want me to take the initiative. Seeing these words, Sakakibara Suzu suddenly felt as if something had been taken away. Bastard Lele. Why is it liked by so many people? Someone had confessed to him before. There were also many girls in his class who were talking about him. She suddenly felt envious of Julie Yuli, really envious. Why can she do that? Why can't I do it myself? It feels so annoying. Is this jealousy? Do you also feel jealous of others? Forget it, Aling. Forget it. I made this decision suddenly, but I don't intend to hide it from you. Moreover, I think you should have seen some clues recently. Ah, why are you talking so vaguely? Because I am also a little hesitant and don't know whether I should tell you or not. In short, not only Julie Yuli but also Chi Minjio also made it clear that he likes me. Snap. Suzu Sakakibara's cell phone fell onto her skirt on her thigh. His hands were frozen in the air, and what followed was a confusion in his mind. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 178. Atmosphere. Very subtle. More than a week later, on the cold morning of the first day of November. The atmosphere is very subtle. The weather is getting colder, and even if they are home clothes, the clothes on the three sisters have become obviously thicker. The school uniform also changed from the previous simple white shirt to a beige sweater. The Western-style jacket on my body has also become a little thicker. Of course, the bows on girls' necklines are still there. Mingde Elementary School is not short of money, and the quality of the school uniforms is naturally top-notch. The decent clothes and the beautiful girl with the superb face and body make it a pleasure to look at. While eating breakfast, Sakaki Hararaku would occasionally pay attention to their dressing up today. Tian Hikaiminyu was eating her meal with meticulous movements. Her long flaxen hair fell past her shoulders, and her neat and smooth hair was as leisurely and pleasant as the cherry blossoms in spring in April. As the elder sister of the twins, Julie Yulai is naturally the same. Ahem, the topic is back on track. Sakaki Hara noticed that his three younger sisters seemed to hate each other. For example, Suzu Sakakibara, who was sitting next to her, kept glancing at the bodies and faces of the two sisters, Amamai. He kept observing them with eyes that could make people stare to death. Was it because what she told Aling a few days ago caused her to have a stress reaction? As an older brother, Raku Sakaki Hara just hopes that they can be normal, and a little more normal. Sister Chan, you can stop looking at me, I have nothing to see. Tian Hikaiminyu took a small bite of the vegetable salad. This gaze that was so calm that it was almost cold made Suzu almost purr like a cat with exploding fur. Tian Hikaiminyu stretched out her hand, picked up the milk calmly, and took a sip. From Sakaki Hara Suzu's point of view, this complete disregard of her actions was tantamount to provocation. But then she thought about it, raised her chin suddenly, smiled, and said, "It's nothing, just a little fox locked outside the house. No matter how much warm air blows in the house, it can't blow the little fox outside." The further the words go, the clearer the words are. Tianhai Chi Minjia wiped her mouth and put down her chopsticks calmly, as if she didn't understand what she said. Just thinking of something, he showed an innocent expression to her, tilted his head slightly and said, "I remember that the fox has a habit, that is, he likes to sneak into the rabbit's warm nest when the rabbit is not around. When the rabbit comes back, the rabbit realizes that it is too late, and his warm nest has been occupied by the fox. Occupied, as for now, it's just a matter of which fox is in that den." Boom. Sakakibara Suzu clenched her fists on the dining table, and could be said to be gritting her teeth now, except for the sound of grinding her teeth. Sakaki Hararaku stopped eating beside him. He could deeply feel the resentment beside him. Sakakibara Suzu suddenly turned around and looked at Sakakibara Raku. "Brother, what did you say?" I said. Raku Sakakibara stopped chewing the sandwich bread. His eyes flickered on the faces of Tenkai Kuruori, Tenkai 7 Minjio, and Sakaki Hara Suzu, who were looking directly at him. "This," I said. "What can I say?" "What can I say to you, Ailing? Don't pay attention to them. They are just good friends to you and have nothing to do with you." Regardless of whether this was right or wrong, Ailing couldn't listen to it anyway. Sakakibara coughed twice solemnly and said seriously, "If you ask me, I prefer that everyone eat together in harmony before dash." While he was talking, he noticed that all three sisters looked towards him. "Do what? Can you blame me? I just help you cook occasionally and fulfill my brother's obligations." Sakaki Hararaku felt angry and chose to bury his head in eating. Seeing that her brother had answered like this, Sakaki Hara Suzu didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Idiot, stinky old brother, stinky lele, old pervert. I forget my sister when I see sex. It must be because I was so lost after seeing Chi Minjio's naked body that I couldn't walk. Sakakihara Suzu was suddenly so angry that she seemed to be twisting Lele's waist hard to wake him up quickly. Sakakibara pushed out a plate with eggs. "Ah, by the way, I have an extra egg here, you dash. I want." Before the Amamai sisters could respond, Sakakibara Suzu quickly took the eggs from Sakakibara Raku's plate. "Crack the shell and eat directly." While eating, he said in his heart that Lele is a scumbag, Lele is a scumbag, and he knows how to flirt with women at home all day long. Sakakibara was surprised to find that Suzu, who would never eat egg yolks in the past, now eats an egg in 3 mouths. Amazing. Even when she came to school, Sakakihara Suzu was still immersed in the fact that the two sisters, Amamai, actually liked her brother. Why is he so popular? What's good about him? Is he handsome? So annoying. Thinking of this, Sakakihara Suzu raised her fleshy face with her hands, and suddenly she frowned, and she didn't even want to listen to the math class. This state lasted for half a class. Linchan Suzu-chan. When Suzu Sakakihara heard the soft voice, she realized that it was Chidano Sakai next door who was saying hello to her. In order not to be caught by her math teacher talking to Sakakibara Suzu, she covered her head with a book. Sakai Chitano poked her head out from under the book and observed the teacher on the podium. After making sure that the math teacher did not notice her, she threw a balled-up note at Sakakihara Suzu next door. "Why does Suzu-chan seem to be unhappy lately?" Sakakihara Suzu opened the note and looked at the crumpled handwriting above. She turned around and looked at Sakai Chitano again. "Take out a pen, write a reply, and throw it back. What do you think of my brother?" Sakai Chitano held the note in her hand and looked at Sakakihara Suzu again. "Elder brother? Ah, is it Sakakibara-kun?" Sakakibara-kun's words. Sakai Chitano poked her chin with her index finger, her pupils drifted to the ceiling, and she thought about it carefully. "I think he is a very handsome man and very approachable." Sakakihara Suzu saw the reply on the note. There is also a sentence below. "Why does Suzu-chan suddenly ask this? Did your brother make you angry? This is the guy who pissed me off. When I thought about how Raku Sakakibara wanted a bowl of water this morning instead of defending himself." Sakakihara Suzu angrily wanted to say this immediately. "But think about it carefully, bro, it seems that Stinky Lele didn't do anything else, right? Wasn't it Chi Minjio's fox who was seducing my brother all the time? He doesn't even hesitate to use his own body." Sakakihara Suzu blushed a little when she thought about the scene that night. "Huh, shameless woman. My brother won't like a guy like you." Suzu Sakakihara has many mental activities, but she always maintains the gentleness of a little angel on her face. Coupled with the braids on her short hair and a blue ribbon tying her hair, the whole person seemed to be shining. "No, he didn't make me angry. In addition, I also want to ask Tiano-chan a question: can a person like two girls at the same time?" Sakai Kishin was shocked by this question. She kept observing Sakakihara Suzu and felt very anxious. Suzu-chan, Suzu-chan, is she being taken care of by someone? Because only if you are being kept by someone, you will ask, can a person like two girls at the same time? This is a bit weak and a bit of a hope-seeking question. "No, Suzu-chan, this can't be done. Suzuki, I think it's not allowed. There is only one true love for a person, and that love will only be reserved for the most important person also. Suzu, don't do stupid things." Kishano Sakai hurriedly threw the note towards Sakakihara Suzu, watched her opening the note, and soon noticed the confusion on her face. Only then did Kishano Sakai realize that she had guessed wrong. What is Tiano-chan talking about? Really? Holding the crumpled piece of paper between her fingers, Kishano Sakai blushed and banged her forehead on the table. Tang 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 kept hitting. Yes, that's right. How could Suzu-chan, who usually doesn't even interact with boys, Be taken care of by strange people? Why do you think of this? So weird. Sakai Kateno quickly raised her slightly red forehead and quickly wrote a reply. Hug, sorry, Suzu-chan, I misunderstood. Sakakibara Suzu replied, it's okay, but what Suitano-chan said just now made me think about it carefully and I understood a little bit, that is, there is only one true love. If a love is big enough, it will definitely make the other person change his mind. What does this mean? Kateno Sakai has actually always been a little confused. Because she doesn't know who Sakakihara Suzu is talking about, and why should she want the other person to change his mind? Is the other person a boy or a girl? Does Suzu-chan have someone she likes? Was Suzu-chan really abandoned? But, that's not right. Even at work, Suzu-chan has a lot of distance from other boys. For example, if a male senior invites her to dinner, she will not go there if there are few people. I have had a lot of contact with the girl Suzu-chan. But Suzu-chan doesn't like girls. For boys, leaving aside some necessary rivalry scenes at work, then the only boys who have had close contact with Suzu-chan are Sakakibara-kun. Yes, Sakakibara-kun. Sakai Kishano seemed to have figured out something in an instant, and her mind was clear. She even related the performances of the two brothers and sisters at the last sorority party. No wonder Suzu-chan deliberately ordered the same dish as Sakakibara-kun. No wonder Suzu-chan suddenly appears when other girls come into contact with Sakakibara-kun. No wonder Suzu-chan and Sakakibara-kun would hold Sakakibara-kun's arm when taking a group photo, smiling happily and naturally. It turns out that Suzu-chan is brother control. Sakai Kateno discovered the secret, and like a small animal being spied on by a wild beast, she was so frightened that she covered her red face with a book. She no longer dared to look at Sakakihara Suzu. Terrible. I never thought that the little angel Suzu-chan would be such a person. But she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little excited. If it were Suzu-chan and Sakakibara-kun. They held hands, looked at each other and smiled, waited for each other's club to go home together, chatted on the park bench, went home from the company together, wore yukata together to attend the summer festival and watched the fireworks, holding hands unconsciously the other person's hands, worshipping at the beginning of the new year. And for the first time, kiss. Kishin Sakai thought about it, and her face felt as hot as if she had a cold or a fever. She seemed to have thought of something, and even her writing hand became trembling. So, what is Suzu-chan going to do? I haven't thought about it yet. Not thinking about it? No. Suzu-chan, this is not allowed. An outstanding boy like Sakakibara-kun will be liked by many people, and his brother will be snatched away. Suzu-chan, aren't you going to the cultural festival soon? I heard that the class activity that Sakakibara-kun and Class 4 are planning is a maid cafe. Maid cafe? After reading the news from the note, Sakakihara Suzu began to think. The class activities of Class 4 are actually the same as Class 1, which is a maid cafe. Why did you choose this as a class activity? Could he like this? Could it be that Sakakihara Raku likes the maid? Sakakihara Suzu's expression did not change, but she had scolded him countless times for being a pervert Lele. You actually like to let girls call you master. Abnormal Lele, abnormal Lele. While Sakakibara Suzu's mind was racing with thousands of thoughts, Sakai Chiteno pursed her lips and quickly wrote another note. Boys would like to see girls wearing clothes that are different from those in daily life, right? Can you? Based on Sakakibara Suzu's understanding of Sakakibara Raku, it is very likely that he is really good at it. After all, after spending more than 10 years together, she knew quite well what Lele liked to watch. Absolutely. As a result, Sakakihara Suzu strengthened her belief. But she had to verify what brother thought about that maid cafe. After returning home from school, Sakakibara Suzu lay on the sofa in the living room and waited for Sakakibara Raku and Amamai Kururi, who were going out to buy groceries. As for why she didn't go? Because she finally had a day off, she was too lazy to leave. Besides, with the current relationship between Tianhaijuli Yulai and her brother, if she goes out to buy groceries, it will definitely be just groceries. The two have not reconciled yet, and nothing will happen. Peace of mind, peace of mind. Here you go, the mashed potato snack you wanted. Oh, thank you. Sakakibara Suzu held the snacks that her brother brought back for her. In addition to himself, he seemed to have brought potato chips to Tianhai Kaimingyu, and Tianhaijuli Yulai, who went out to buy groceries together, didn't seem to have any objections to this. It's strange, shouldn't Tianhaijuli Yulai be in competition with Tianhai Kaimingyu? Why are they so harmonious? Could it be that they? Absolutely impossible. Sakakibara Suzu quickly suppressed her terrible thoughts. As a girl, she knew very well that no woman would be willing to do that. Even if there is, it is just words. When they really face that situation, the woman's jealousy makes it impossible for them to be harmonious. As for why Tianhaijuli Yulai seems to have no expression for Kaimingyu, Sakakibara Suzu guessed that Tianhaiju really must have an advantage now, so she was not too panicked. Because she is liked by her brother, she now has a status similar to the main palace. I, Sakakibara Suzu, am quite smart. Thinking of this, the barefooted girl happily picked up the carrot doll, buried her smiling face in the doll, and kept rolling on the sofa. No, Sakakibara Suzu suddenly bounced her head off the pillow again, with an expression written on her cute short hair and face. Bah, what a palace. Without my consent, can he still be called the main palace? Also, this time, I must beat them both. I'll explore Lele's mentality towards the maid later. If he hates it, it will be counterproductive. Everyone gathered in the living room and finished their homework together, and then there was a long series of breaks. Tianhai Kaimingyu sat on the single sofa and read a book. Tianhaijuli Yulai and her brother were sitting on the same sofa. Although there was a slight distance between the two of them, Sakakibara Suzu just looked unhappy. There is a TV in the living room, but my brother's attention is not on the TV. His eyes were not on Tianhaijuli Yulai's. He kept looking at the phone screen in his hand. He also looked at it very carefully. What are you doing? Adhering to the idea of interrupting their intimate contact and satisfying their own curiosity. Sakakibara Suzu walked over barefoot with a carrot doll in her arms, sat down between the two of them, and squeezed them away. Aling. To be honest, Sakakibara Raku was a little frightened because he wanted to secretly shake hands with Kururi. As soon as Aling sat down on his butt, he suddenly felt ashamed of being caught. Sakakibara Suzu held the carrot and turned to look at Sakakibara Raku. Aling, what are you doing here? He asked. Can't I sit next to you? I slept with you before. Sakakibara Suzu's words actually sounded like she was talking to Amamai Kururi. Tianhaijuli Yulai did hear it. She can understand Sakakibara Raku's doting on Suzu since she was a child, and she is also envious of her. But to her, Sakakibara Suzu was just a bit of a brother controller. She didn't care. Sakakibara Raku also observed carefully. Sakakibara Raku was choked up. He felt as if he was carrying a sword when talking to his sisters recently, stabbing each other twice from time to time in order to assert his status. Sakakibara wanted to sigh. Why do you all want to plant a flag on me and seize territory? Am I not myself anymore? When Sakakibara sighed, Sakakibara Suzu took the opportunity to glance at his phone. On the mobile phone screen, there are pictures and accompanying texts. It seems to be some kind of article. Sakakibara Suzu took another closer look. Selil. Sure enough, it's Se Lele. He was actually looking at the maid. So bad. But, if he really likes it? Thinking of this, Sakakibara Suzu's shoulders trembled. Because it's so shameful to wear that outfit. Alas, maid. You still have to call someone else master. How can any girl be embarrassed to wear it? Sakakibara thought Suzu didn't see it and quickly put the phone away. What? What are you doing? Sakakihara Suzu groaned, hesitating about the words that came out of her mouth. Finally, she still hugged the carrot and lowered her voice and asked, I heard that the students in your class the cultural festival event is a maid cafe. Yeah, that's right. Do you like maid clothes very much? Sakakihara Suzu's words made Sakakihara Raku confused. Like. Dislike? It seems that I can't even tell. Really cute. Well, that means I like it. However, now Tianhai Julie Yulai looked over, and Tianhai Kaimingyu, who was directly opposite, was also eating potato chips and reading a book. Aling's question was really difficult for him to answer. Let me first state that this activity is chosen by the boys in the class and has nothing to do with me. Even if I participate, I am forced to participate. Sakakihara Suzu has known him for 15 years. He was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes after birth. She still doesn't know that Sakakihara Raku is showing a guilty conscience. Selil. Perverted and dishonest. But now Sakakihara Suzu is very happy because she has asked for the information she wanted. She was very happy. Humph, just make excuses. Don't the boys in your class include you? After Sakakihara Suzu said this with some pride, she jumped happily and left, returning to her biggest couch. During this period, she noticed that Nanami glanced at her. Sakakihara Suzu responded immediately. That look seemed to say, you little fox, you are going to lose soon. We'll wait and see. As for Tianhai Kaimingyu, there seems to be an elusive flavor deep in the sky blue eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses. Is my sister Chan also going to join the battle? About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 179. You haven't slept yet. Late at night and early in the morning, when Raku Sakakihara was discussing with the girls in his class what dishes were sold in the cafe, a voice from behind that sounded like an ice blade immediately sent shivers down his spine. Sakakibara took off his headphones and turned his head. Sanwuo, long flaxen hair, sky blue eyes. Well, it turned out to be the 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea. He found that in addition to Sakakibara Suzu, Amami Nanamajetsu also liked to get into his bed. Sakakibara turned off his cell phone, and then said to the girl who turned around and pillowed opposite him. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Are you watching pornographic videos? Tianhai Kaimingyu stared into his eyes, waited for a while, and asked. Why do you think so? It's very simple, because when I came in, I noticed that your quilt was moving. Tianhai Kaimingyu met his gaze and said calmly, this is normal. As a male who has entered puberty, he will naturally need certain things. Freed. Are you teasing me? Tianhai Kaimingyu stretched out her snow-white neck, placed her face on the back of her delicate hands, and looked at him with the same gaze as before. Do you want me to lend myself to you? No one has touched me yet. Xiangruan is in front of him, and it is impossible to say that Sakakihara Raku is not motivated. At the same time, the night was very deep, the bed was so warm, and the girl in front of him was so beautiful. You can smell the sweet smell of green apples on her neck every time you breathe in. Sakakibara took a deep breath and looked at her with a new look. You must be making fun of me. Tianhai Kaimingyu sat up, put her hands on her waist, and began to lift her pajamas up. Sakakihara Raku could already see her soft waist and flat belly with almost no fat. He quickly covered his eyes with his palm and lowered his voice to stop. No, no, no. Coward Tian Hai Kaimingyu glanced at him, then fell back on the other side of his pillow. It's not that I'm a coward. It's that I really can't do this. What if it's my sister? Even if Julie Yulai is Julie Yulai, I don't think the time has come. Then if I tell you, I won't tell anyone what happened tonight. I just want to spend one night with you. When we wake up the next day, we will pretend that what happened tonight didn't happen. This sentence made Sakakibara even calmer. Chi Minjio, I don't deserve this. A girl's first time should be given to the most important person, preferably on the wedding day, at least that's what I think. Tian Hai Kaimingyu met his serious gaze and said without any surprise. It seems that you are indeed such a person, but you should not judge the previous sentence. Raku Sakakibara wants to distance himself from Nanamai. Naturally, he was very resistant to the idea of her getting into his bed in the middle of the night. Chi Minjio, it's not good for this matter to continue like this. You mean my unrequited love for you? Well, I can't accept your feelings, because this is a betrayal of Julie Yulai. It is also a betrayal of myself. It doesn't matter. Didn't my sister betray you too? Now it's just the other way around. Moreover, my sister and I look exactly the same. Whatever you can find in her, I will also have. Sakaki Hararaku was almost speechless. I really don't want to be a scumbag. When you were kissed by me for the third time, you already turned into a scumbag. Nanamijio's words made Sakakibara want to pull his hair in annoyance. Needless to say, he really felt like he had been poisoned by Chi Minjio. When he was with Julie Yulai, when he saw her lips, he would occasionally think of the feeling of kissing Chi Minjio. He really doesn't want to be a scumbag at all. But the thought is like this, but the body is doing something else. Auntie, please go back to bed quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it anymore. Then just hum me. What nonsense. Tian Hai Chi Minjio lay flat on his bed, looking at the ceiling, and pulled half of his quilt to cover his shoulders. She closed her eyes and said, although the fact that you did that proves that you are no longer the person I like, but for me, as long as I can beat my sister, what does it matter if I forgive you? Chi Minjio, what do you like about me? You want to hear it? It's easier to deal with it now that you understand it, isn't it? You are really confident. Tian Hai Kaimingyu sounded as if he had expected something. I'm not as good as you at all, either in studies or in hobbies. I know. As a person, it can be said that I have nothing except being good at cooking. I don't even know what masculine charm I have. I know. In fact, I am not worthy of you two eldest ladies at all. Compared to me, you are both shining and outstanding. Your family background is also better. I know. Tian Hai Kaimingyu was still breathing steadily, and then she turned her body, leaning her head on the pillow, and looked at him. Those sky-blue eyes illuminated by the moonlight looked quiet and serious in the night. I understand everything you said. And you. But I still like you. Sakaki Hararaku. I like that you are not very smart but always like to show off your head, and always like to talk back to what I say. I like your hands and body that are always duplicitous. You say you hate me, but when the critical moment comes, you will still take the initiative to help carry things. I like your concern for me. Although I treat you with a cold attitude, you always smile and help me deal with the injury on my ankle, carry me home and carry me up the mountain. I like the stupid things you do to me, because I ran out into the rainy day shouting that I was stupid and almost caught a cold because of it. I like your self-righteous attitude in front of me. It's a bit cute to pretend to be awesome even though you know nothing. I like that even after you were alienated from me, you still approached me with kindness and wanted to make me happy. Finally, I also like the fried rice with potato chips that you made for me alone. These are all things that can make me feel happy. My sister and I have been together since childhood. Stop Kaimingyu, Stop first, no need to say any more. Tian Haikaimingu was dissatisfied with being interrupted. Why don't you listen to me? This is just now, I haven't talked about what happened when I was a child. Those things just now are considered confessions. So I said, most of the time you don't have a bright mind, so you can't recognize that I like you so much as a confession. No, I understand. I just want to confirm with you. Wait, let me take a moment before talking. He worked hard to relax and breathe after running 30 kilometers. Not only did his heart beat faster, Sakaki Hararaku felt that his scalp was getting hot from what she said. There is obviously no emotion in the tone and expression, just a serious attitude. Raku Sakakibara listened to every word Amami Nanamajetsu said. There is no doubt that this is what she means. But it was precisely because he was telling the truth that he felt uncomfortable. Why is it that although I like Juliuli, my heart is still touched by Chi Minjio's words? Are you really a scumbag? I know your situation now. Tian Haikaiminyu closed her eyes again, so I don't blame you for choosing to reject me. I figured it out before today. My enemy is my sister. As long as you like me, if I don't like my sister, all problems will be solved, but there is a prerequisite. Sakakibara was frightened by what was in her eyes, and he quickly stood up from the bed holding the quilt. Chi Minjio, what are you going to do? First of all, I just want you to have a certain sense of responsibility for me. Chi Minjio, if you have something to say, please speak it carefully. Don't take off your clothes. I'll get needle eyes if you look at it. The eye of a needle? What is that? Don't say words with unclear meanings. No, really not. The women stood up, and Sakaki Hararaku really had nothing to do with them. You definitely can't hit him, and you can't even curse yourself. Seriously, he can't be serious at all in this situation. Do you want to call me Juliuli or Aling? As long as the two of them are called over, Sakakibara doesn't believe that Chi Minjio can continue to be like this. Cell phone. Correct. Cell phone. Sakakihara stood in the corner holding the quilt and took a look. Only then did I realize it was terrible. The mobile phone has been picked up by Tian Haikaiminyu. She also looked at herself with that emotionless expression, and clamped the phone in her thigh in front of her. Damn it, now the phone is gone too. At this time, Amami Nanami has taken off her shark pajamas, and a pair of flawless bare feet are folded on the quilt that Sakaki Hararaku usually covers. Along the smooth calf, there is the entire long legs. Now Chi Minjio, except for one or two necessary loose underwear. The shark pajamas have been stripped off. Completely finished. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to clean myself. Dong dong. At this time, Sakaki Hararaku's door was knocked twice at an inappropriate time. As soon as Sakaki Hararaku reacted, Nanami turned to the door and said, "This action is coming from my sister." She turned back to Sakaki Hararaku, "Why did my sister come to see you in the middle of the night? Look what you said. Didn't you also come to see me in the middle of the night? I think she probably asked me to chat with her. She has been calling me there a lot lately. Aren't you going to play games together? This. It seems that there is another hidden reason. Why is it not playing games? Don't take it off. Juliuli has indeed been calling me to play games recently." Tian Haikaiminyu frowned. "Why didn't I know this?" "What?" Tian Haikaiminyu guessed. "How soon will my sister come to invite you in the evening?" Answer honestly, otherwise I don't mind letting Dad misunderstand me later. You know he will come back to sleep today. 4 or 5 o'clock. Tian Haikaiminyu sat in front of him and understood everything. No wonder you and your sister go to bed early recently. It turns out that you are avoiding me and only play together after you wake up. My sister is really good at calculating. Damn it, this has been exposed. Raku Sakakihara really likes to play games with Kururi. She is very good at playing FPS, shooting games, and can win a lot of people with her every time. No more, all gone now. Dong dong. There were two more knocks on the door. Can I come in? A question came from outside the door. At the same time, Tianhai Kaimingyu took the initiative to approach him. Chi Minjiu. You can't answer. Tianhai Kaimingyu lowered her voice, and her cold, aloof eyes seemed to be ordering him. By not answering me, wouldn't I be letting you succeed? Nanamai seemed to understand this. Now that his threat had no effect on Sakakibara Raku, he returned to the sitting position with his hands on his knees and took the initiative to shout to the person outside the door. Ken. Chi Minjiu. Hearing the voice coming from his brother's room was actually his twin sister's voice. Tianhai Yulai knew what was going on. She pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Throw away some of the furnishings in the boys' rooms and the school uniforms hanging on the wardrobe. Amamai Kururi soon saw Sakakibara Raku standing in the corner, and Amamai Nanamajetsu on the other side of the bed. She had very few clothes left on her body. As her elder sister, Tianhai Yulai took less than a few seconds to understand the purpose of the twin sisters' trip. Why did Chi Minjiu come here? I'm afraid of the cold. If you are afraid of the cold, you can come to see my sister. Compared to my sister, the quilt here is still a little warmer. What is this? Raku Sakakibara finally knew what kind of mood wanted to cry but had no tears described. It's not good for him not to speak now, and it's not good for him to speak. The key is that he doesn't know what he should say. Chi Minjiu doesn't need a sister anymore. Tianhai Yulai couldn't tell whether he was unhappy or not. How could it be? The one Chi Minjiu respects the most is her sister, but this time is different. Tianhai Chi Minjiu was not afraid of her sister's gaze. Both of them reflected themselves in each other's eyes. How about Chi Minjiu go back to the room and sleep? Don't want. Really not. But if sister wants to drive me away, you can try to call Sister Chan over. As long as Sister Chan wakes up, Dad and Aunt will most likely be woken up by then. By then you will be finished. Sakakihara Raku was extremely anxious. No matter how reasonable the uncle is, once he finds out that he abducted his two daughters, it will definitely be over. Even German orthopedics can't cure my broken leg. Tianhai Yulai sighed. Sure enough, it has developed to this situation. Amamai Kururi's sigh made Sakakibara Raku's mood become heavier inexplicably. This reminded him of the fireworks display that took place less than half an hour after he and Julie Yulai started dating. In that pure state where I had just made a girlfriend and hadn't even touched her little hand, my first kiss was gone. The guilt he felt towards Julie Yulai pressed on his chest again. No, you have to calm down and defuse the situation. But just when Sakakibara wanted to speak, Amamai Nanamayu spoke to Amamai Kuruli again. So what are you going to do now? Tianhai Julie Yulai walked over and took Tianhai Chi Minjiu's hand. Chi Minjiu, please go out with me first. Unexpectedly, Tianhai Kaimingyu shook off Tianhai Julie Yulai's hand and responded with a cold voice, no. Kyo, don't be willful. You know what you are doing is completely wrong. Tianhai Julie Yulai showed her previous majesty as a sister. Sister, let go. 7 bright moons. Open. What Sakakihara Raku originally wanted to say was suppressed as he looked like he was about to start a fight. He seemed unable to speak at all. Open. Tianhai Kaimingyu broke away from her sister's hand again, and the whole bedroom suddenly became silent, and you could hear a needle drop. Only the air conditioner whirred, blowing warm air downwards. 7 bright moons. Sister, I have respected my sister since I was a child. I have envy, love, and admiration for my sister. Whether it is the things I buy, the money given by my father, or gadgets, I will think of my sister immediately, just like my sister will think of me first. I've tried to give in, I've tried to be patient, and I've tried to settle for the next best thing. But this time is different. No matter how many assumptions I make, it will never change again. I will not let my sister take away my last 10 years of persistence. Tian Hai Kaimingyu said it for this reason, but Tian Hai Julie Yulai had the same feelings towards the sister who was of the same flesh and blood since childhood. Love, kindness, trust, if there is anything worth being happy or worth sharing, she will be the first to think of her. She also tried to give in and tolerate. But in the end, it will only increase the pain. Tian Hai Julie Yulai's belief that he had relied on his mother for more than 10 years was finally exposed by his mother herself. Now there is only one person who can make her feel dependable and trustworthy. The person who, even if he is deceived by himself, still cannot help but soften his heart and forgive himself. Two sisters, Tian Hai, one is sitting on the bed and the other is standing outside the bed. Two sisters with the same blood, the same face, the same voice and the same eyes. They were looking at each other quietly. Under the momentum of their confrontation, Sakakibara no longer had any room to speak. He felt like he was out of breath. Shura Field. Sure enough, this situation is called Shura Field. A simply epic Shura Field. Sakakihara understands that none of them want to back down now, and they are even willing to expose their own background for this. What should he do? What can he do? He is just an ordinary high school student who has not been in love for a week and barely shakes hands with his girlfriend. Not a master of picking up girls, nor a master of time management. He's just an innocent virgin who only holds hands. Can anyone tell me how to deal with the relationship between myself and these two people? Help, I really want to shout for help. Why is it so noisy? Wearing pajamas, Suzu Sakakibara appeared at the open door of Raku Sakakibara's room, holding a stuffed rabbit and rubbing her eyes. She was sleepy, squinting her eyes and yawning, unable to see clearly into Sakakihara Raku's room. She just felt a little hungry. She came here because of the instinct of hunger in her body. Brother, you haven't gone to bed yet? Are you hungry? You feel like you haven't eaten enough for dinner. If you are hungry, would you like to help me make some midnight snacks? Hope instantly rose in Sakakihara Raku's eyes. The savior is here. Aling. Suzu Sakakibara was in a daze, hearing Sakakibara happily calling her, and thought he was really hungry. Rubbing his eyes, he opened them and took a closer look. The girl's expression suddenly turned horrified. She hugged the rabbit, raised her finger, pointed hesitantly at the other two girls in front of her and said, "Old, old, old. Why are there two foxes in your room at night? About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple." Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 180. Sakakibara-kun, regarding the food in the cafe, I recommend banana waffles, puffs, and pudding. Of course, puffs and pudding are not the simplest ones and require something special. This is the production information I compiled. Sakakibara-kun can take a look first, and if you have any questions, I can answer them now. At a family restaurant near the campus, Raku Sakakibara was discussing next week's desserts at the Maid Cafe with class president Ai Minakami. The dessert information that I have on hand right now has been specially pinned. The key points that need attention are also marked in bold fonts, and there are even color pictures. This is enough to prove the monitor's attentiveness. The class monitor, Minami Ai, has slightly curly shoulder-length hair. A cup of lemon tea is placed in front of her. She puts her hands on her legs and knees under her pleated skirt. Do you have any suggestions for this, Sakakibara-kun? Sakakihara held the information and lowered his head in silence. In other words, he probably didn't even blink. Sakakibara-kun. Sakakibara-kun? Sakakibara-kun. Minami Ai stretched out her hand and shook it twice in front of his eyes. Sakakibara was awakened and her dilated pupils regained focus. He raised his head and smiled, "Sorry, monitor, I was a little distracted." "Sakakibara-kun, why do you feel like you have been in a daze all day today?" "Have it?" "Yes, I looked at you several times during class, and I always found you staring at Fujino-san's back." Minami Ai is confused about this, because in her impression, Sakakibara Raku has always been a very positive person. You can see him running on the playground every morning. Every time I can see him studying during the break. He always agreed to his classmates' requests for help with scanning or moving things without any hesitation. He is a boy who is extremely good in both sports and studies. And such people will actually be distracted during class, and stay away for the whole day. Is Sakakibara-kun troubled? What's on your mind? Of course it's something on your mind. Last night the three sisters gathered in their room. Oh, there was a battle. I have to sigh that I didn't wake up my uncle and my mother. What a blessing in misfortune. So much so that when Raku Sakakihara came to school, he kept thinking whether he should burn a stick of incense to the Jade Emperor or Jesus today. Thanks to them they were able to save themselves from going to Germany. Wait, it seems like Jesus didn't need to offer incense. And here, do we have to worship Amaterasu? However, these are unimportant little things. Now, the important thing is not to let them find themselves now. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Today he didn't dare to learn the piano, and he didn't dare to call July when buying groceries. Even when Isuzu asked him to go home with him, Sakakibara Raku didn't agree. He was afraid that if he agreed to one, the other sister would follow. When the time comes, when they meet each other, they will look like they are about to start a fight again. He really didn't know how to start a fight. Sakakibara felt depressed and sighed subconsciously. "Woman, it's terrible." "What are you talking about, Sakakibara-kun?" These words were heard a little bit by Ai Minakura opposite. "No, it's nothing, it's just me talking to myself. How about we continue discussing the dishes for the maid cafe? As a maid cafe, you always need steak, right? This needs to be purchased and stored outside." I'm thinking if I can ask my classmates to move a small refrigerator into the classroom. There's also omelette rice. I can't say much about this dish, but it's quite popular among boys. The topic is back on track. Shui I thought about it seriously. I think the omelette rice can be dispensed with. No? What good reason does the monitor have? I remember we had some discussions in the group chat last night. Because the theme of Class 1 is also a maid cafe, then the style here cannot be the same as an ordinary cafe. It needs to be more Western style. Sorry. I didn't have much time in the second half of yesterday. But, something more orthodox. Raku Sakakihara thought for a moment and roughly understood what the monitor meant. You mean the traditional maid outfit? Yes, traditional maid outfit, the orthodox Western kind. That's okay. It's different from previous maid cafes. Let's recustomize it and let the designer modify it on the original basis. The number of clothes doesn't need to be too many. About 8 sets are enough for a classroom cafeteria. The students of Mingde Elementary School are rich. This is a specially customized maid uniform. The quality is absolutely high. The cost is about 30,000 yen per piece. Since girls are in charge of this matter, Sakakihara Raku doesn't know much about it, but it should be around this price. After all, this is also a 5-day cultural festival. It is also a great opportunity for my Tokugijoku Private Academy to show Tokyo Daiki Academy to the people around it. Countless students want to do their best at this time. Okay, that's it. But we have to worry about the monitor and other busy students for the decoration. I'm sorry for bothering you guys. It's okay, it's just what you should do. Afterwards, Raku Sakakihara chatted with Ai Minakura in the family restaurant for more than half an hour about the specific details of the maid cafe. Unconsciously, a drizzle began to fall outside. Heavy clouds rolled over the city, white and gray blending together, with only a few mottled white lights shining through the shallow clouds. Sakakibara even specially ordered a cup of coffee for the monitor. On the one hand, it was to thank her for being busy preparing for the maid cafe in the past few days. Secondly, he wanted to thank her for helping him prepare cooking and dessert information. This saves you a lot of time. Drinking coffee, the seats are surrounded by high school students who come here to eat and do homework after school in the afternoon. A soothing canon in D major plays in the family dining room. This is a good piece of music that has been used to calm the mind throughout the ages. Sakakibara, who could understand music better, felt relieved at the moment. I thought about escaping from the situation last night. It's so relaxing. Huh. He blew on the hot coffee. Raku Sakakihara sat in the window seat, looking through the community streets with endless wires. Under the high-rise buildings in Tokyo, the continuous drizzle made the air start to feel cold. This made him feel that his life suddenly became more leisurely, and even his chest was warmed by the hot coffee in his hand. He showed a happy expression. Sakakihara Raku found that the monitor sitting opposite him suddenly wanted to say something to him. Do you have anything to ask, monitor? Is it okay? Shuei put her hands on her knees and asked him with a hint of seeking. The look in his eyes was weird. What's okay? Minami Ai pointed out the window, behind Sakakibara Raku's head. There. Her voice was small. What? Raku Sakakihara held the coffee cup and turned his head to the right. Snapped. A slap hit the window in front of him, instantly covering Sakakihara Raku's sight. Sakakihara Raku was so frightened by this sudden move that his upper body bounced back. Immediately afterwards, the slap made a harsh sound like a marble being pressed against a marble, and it was slowly pulled down. What appeared next was Sakakihara Suzu's half-lidded face with a look of extreme sadness. Old, brother dash. Puff. Sakakihara Raku couldn't hold it back and squirted out. On the opposite side, Sakakibara Suzu closed her eyes subconsciously and moved her head back. Immediately afterwards, Sakakibara Suzu's forehead and her small fists had tightened visibly. Sakakihara Raku. Behind the sad Sakakihara Suzu, there were two other girls under the drizzle with a slightly cloudy atmosphere. One is Tianhai Julie Yulai, who is carrying a shoulder bag, and the other is Tianhai Kaimingyu, who has his hands flat and has no expression at all. Sakakibara-kun. It's okay, squad leader, I just joked accidentally. Sakakibara quickly wiped the glass with a paper towel. As soon as the glass was wiped clean, he saw the sad face of Suzu Sakakihara outside again. She is so close to the glass that she even has a scary flavor from the shining. She was mumbling something like this. You've been doing this for a long time, and you haven't gone home with me, or replied to my messages, or answered my calls. You've come here to go on a date, right? If one isn't enough, you need two. If two isn't enough, you need three. In the end, even three are enough. I can't help you anymore. Because there was a layer of glass between them, Sakakibara couldn't hear clearly what Suzu was saying outside. But in short, it is definitely not a good thing to say. Under the gazes of the three younger sisters and the opposite class monitor, Sakakihara Raku also turned into a bitter melon face. Didn't you tell Aling that you should go back alone first? How can I still find it here? And why are Julie Yulai and Chi Minjiu here? Finished playing. The situation last night is coming again. You wait. Sakakihara Raku still couldn't hear clearly what Suzu said, but it should be something like this. She seemed to be angry, striding forward, preparing to enter through the entrance of the family dining room. After Tenkai Kuruori and Tenkai Nanmei gave each other an unclear look, they both followed Sakakibara Suzu, who was one step ahead, into the family restaurant. Waterlove failed to understand the situation. Sakakibara-kun. Haha, monitor, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all trivial matters. Raku Sakakihara said with a calm smile. Actually. What a trivial matter. Grass. He is really grassy now. She had obviously told Aling to go home alone first because she had something to do. But why? It's over. It's over again. Seeing Sakakibara Suzu getting closer and closer with steps and an angry look on her face, Sakakibara cheered herself up a little in her heart. It's okay, Sakakibara Raku. This is much easier to explain than last night. Soon, all three people entered the restaurant from the outside and sat down one by one. Seating order. From left to right. Love on the Water, Suzu Sakakibara, and Nanamai. Tianhai Jululi, Sakakihara Raku. A small family dining table was filled with 5 people. This table can definitely be said to be surrounded by beautiful girls, and even Sakakihara Raku once thought that he had entered a classic part of gal game. Sakakibara Suzu tried her best to maintain her posture in front of outsiders. She glanced at Minami Ai, frowned and asked Sakakibara Raku who was sitting opposite. Who is she? Not only Sakakibara Suzu, but also Tenkai Kuruori and Tenkai Nanamajetsu are also curious about this. At the same time, he glanced at him. This made Sakakihara Raku feel even more stressed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the monitor of our class, Ai Shui. Hello everyone." Mizuna Ai stood up and said hello to several people quite politely, which was regarded as a greeting when they first met. During this period, Sakakihara Suzu half closed her face, raised her chin in a pistol gesture, and kept looking for something on Minami Ai's face and figure. Aling. Humph. Sakakihara Suzu withdrew her gaze and looked away. As for these three, Sakakihara Raku's expression turned stiff when he looked at the sisters, but he still tried his best to smile. Monitor, you should have heard of them more or less, but I still officially let me introduce you, Amamai Kuruori, Amamai Nanamajetsu, and you know the squad leader, Sakakihara Suzu. The 3 girls who just entered the family restaurant behaved differently. Tianhai Yulai is dignified and reserved, while Tianhai Kaimingyu is so normal that no one can tell what she is thinking. As for Aling, Aling had just written the word threat on the portrait reflected in her eyes. "This is your new girlfriend, bro." She turned around, raised her chin and said with a bit of contempt. Suzu, Raku Sakakibara became more serious and stopped Suzu's rude move. "That's not the case. Don't talk nonsense." Snored. After introducing each other, the situation returned to silence. Sakakibara didn't know how to resolve this embarrassing situation. He could only hold his forehead, lower his head, and turn his eyes to the rainy scenery outside the window. Shuei looked at everyone separately. She didn't understand why she felt that the current situation was a bit subtle. What kind of atmosphere is this? It's wired. She knew who Sakakihara Suzu was. Everyone in the school knew that the little angel had an older brother who jogged on the track every day. But what is the relationship between Tenkai Kuruori and Tenkai 7 Minjio and Sakakibara-kun? Sakakibara-kun. They all seem to be here to find you. That's right, that's right. They are also celebrities in the school. Yes, that's true too, yes. Then why is everyone silent? Why is everyone silent? From the root of this problem. Well. Sakakibara Raku's serious expression just now was almost unbearable again, and his foot was stepped on by Sakakibara Suzu who was directly opposite him. "Tell me, respected brother, can you tell me why no one wants to talk?" Sakakihara Suzu's expression is quite cute. Ah no, it's the cuteness disguised by the fallen angel. The little angel now has a black ring on his head, a dark fallen angel ring. Tianhai Kaimingyu crossed her arms, closed her eyes and said, the most fundamental reason is not the boy sitting diagonally across from Shui Chuang. No. 7 bright moons. It was you who caused this accident. You are the culprit. Bang, another click, another foot of Sakaki Hararaku was stepped on. This time, Amami Nanamayu used the heel of a small leather shoe, and was quite ruthless. The corners of Sakaki Hararaku's mouth began to twitch and stagger. She seemed to have guessed what he was thinking at the moment. Kaimingyu of Tianhai raised her beautiful face with delicate features and eyes like the ice of winter. If someone hadn't spoken to me from the beginning, things would never have turned out the way they did today. Sakaki Hara put a smile on his face. Yesterday? How could I? It was obviously you who couldn't help but say. Do I mean yesterday? It happened before. That's bad. This time it was Sakaki Hara Suzu. When she heard this, she glared at Sakaki Hararaku angrily and used force on her feet again. No, I can't resist it. Sakaki Hararaku had already changed his sitting posture at this time. He quickly pulled out his foot, which was injured by the two girls. He spread his right hand and propped it on the table, as if he was enduring something. Let me tell you, in front of my classmates, can you save some face for your brother? Unexpectedly, Sakaki Suzu showed no sign of weakness this time, returned the same gesture to Sakaki Raku, and kicked his calf under the table. Is this the reason why the scumbag didn't reply to my sister's message and then came here to go on a date and have coffee? I told you, it's business, it's business. Sakaki Raku didn't want to bear it anymore and kicked Sakaki Suzu back under the table. Then why didn't you answer the phone? Sakaki Suzu continued to kick. You should have read the message sent to you when I made the call. It said to turn off the phone. Raku Sakaki Hara continued to kick back. Shut down and charge, charge, charge. No line, no line, no line. The two siblings looked at each other, and the entire table was shaken by their kicks below. But their expressions seemed like they were smiling at each other and gritting their teeth. Amami Nanamajetsu said in a calm voice, please pay attention to your appearance outside, Sakaki Suzu-san. And Sakaki Raku-san, you have to know that you let me go for an hour today. What are you talking about now when you didn't have any appearance until last night? Sakaki Suzu stared at Sakaki Raku. Tenkai-san, if I remember correctly, I said I didn't want to meet you today, right? Raku Sakaki Hara glared back at Suzu. Just because you don't want to meet, doesn't mean you won't meet. You are trying to make excuses, Tianhai-san. Raku Sakaki continues to have a very loving interaction with Suzu Sakaki. But he was a little tired, so he ended the war with Sakaki Suzuta kicking him twice. Sakaki Suzuta gave up as soon as it was good, but she was still angry in her heart. Damn Sakaki Raku, he let himself go home after just 2 words. After something like yesterday happened, who knows if you will sneak out to find a fox to make fun of. Compared with the surging world war between the 3 people, Tianhai Yuli was having a peaceful and loving conversation with Shui Shui. Although the movement under the table was so loud that they couldn't ignore it. After it was over, Ai Minakami smiled and said to Sakaki Suzu, who crossed her chest and turned her head, Sakaki san and Sakaki kun are very close siblings. Unexpectedly, Suzu Sakaki Hara did not intend to maintain her little angel image in front of outsiders this time. Just ignore this woman who makes my brother look happy. Playful. Scumbag. Super scumbag. Thinking of this, Sakaki Suzu wanted to give Sakaki Raku another kick. Sakaki didn't want to embarrass the monitor in front of his 3 younger sisters, so he smiled and said, she hasn't been very happy recently, so don't worry about the monitor. Also, Sakakibara Raku said to Sakakibara Suzu again. The squad leader and I were talking about the business of the cultural festival Maid Cafe. We chatted and drank coffee until our faces looked happy, right? You haven't even given me that look while drinking coffee. Why did the Maid Cafe originally plan to wear it for you? What? Sakakibara didn't hear her mumbling clearly. Nothing. But Nanami heard what Sakakibara Suzu had not finished. Call. After comforting Aling, the situation finally stabilized. Sakakibara Raku can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sorry, monitor, for making you laugh. Ah. It's okay, it's okay. I think this kind of brother-sister interaction is quite loving. But, what is the relationship between Sakakibara-kun and the two Amami classmates? Currently, no one at the school knows the exact relationship between Raku Sakakibara and the Amami sisters. The main problem is that after Sakakihara Raku plans to date Kuruori, if word of this relationship spreads, it will cause a lot of rumors. There will definitely be some comments, it sounds weird. But with Tianhai Kaimingyu's current temperament, she would say it without hesitation, right? Mizumi-kun should know that Sakakibara-san was a member of the Kyoto Club before this, and my sister was the director of the Kyoto Club. There is nothing surprising about our acquaintance. This time, I came here mainly to accompany Sakakibara Suzu-san. Help me find my brother. That's it? Sakakihara Suzu was unhappy. Do I need your help to find it? But it is undeniable that the reason why you found a place like this today was because I gave you a clue. Cunning fox. Weak rabbit. Seeing them quarreling again, Sakakihara was very troubled. Looking at Tianhai Yuli, who didn't cause him any trouble this afternoon, he suddenly became lovable with his all-around charming character. And she also took the initiative to talk to the squad leader to help herself share the pressure. Well, I hope there will be no more weird Shura venues like this during the cultural festival. He felt like he was going to die from exhaustion. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 181. These 2 days are weekends. Logically speaking, it should be a very relaxing day, but because of the upcoming cultural festival starting next Monday, my brother suddenly became very busy. He often went out and didn't even have lunch. This caused Suzu Sakakihara to fall into a state of extreme boredom. I also fell into a state where I wanted to eat but no one could help me. She fell down on the big pink bed in her bedroom, so bored that she kept rolling back and forth. I really want to eat. I really want to eat delicious food. I really want to eat croquettes, takoyaki, mapo tofu, green pepper shredded pork, and tornado potatoes. Brother ah. Tired from rolling around, Sakakihara Suzu hugged the pillow and continued to lie on the bed. The hair is scattered on the sides. She stared silently at the ceiling above her head. If I'm at home, I'll get something delicious if I act coquettishly to him, right? Although his guy always says eat less, who wants to cook it for you, you have to do it yourself. Such arrogant words. However, as long as she folded her arms and acted coquettishly to him, he would immediately relent. He would go to the kitchen and spend some time making himself something delicious. Okay, I'm too lazy to listen to you say thank you, I want to eat quickly. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. When Sakakihara Suzu thought of the scene at that time, her cute face burst into laughter, and she kept rolling and shaking on the bed with the rabbit doll in her arms. Every time he brings delicious food in front of her, she suddenly falls in love with him. I want him to touch my head, I want to cling to his back while watching TV and eating, I want to watch horror movies together. I also want to prepare a good gift for him on his birthday. He is the best brother in the world. Although I am absolutely sure that I will never say this in front of him. But Sakakihara Suzu really feels that way. If anyone dares to say bad things about him, he feels bad about him. Sakakihara Suzu pouted, raised her fist into the air, and punched several times in succession. If only you could always be so kind to me. Sakakihara Suzu lifted up the doll he had given her before. From the doll's brown eyes that reflected a little light, Sakakihara Suzu seemed to have seen the scene when he gave her a gift. These memories, distant yet clear, are like a revolving lantern, lingering in front of my eyes. Ling, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Belle. Ling, with the pocket money I left for you today, go buy something you want to eat. Ling, Mom has to work overtime today, and today your birthday is celebrated by just the two of us. I cooked 2 more of your favorite dishes for you today. Ling, don't be afraid, you can take your brother there tomorrow. Ling, stop crying, look at the little rabbit coming. Ling, I actually don't have any wishes in this life. I just hope that you can live a good life. If Mom fails to get promoted at work this time and goes to high school in the future, I will consider dropping out of school early. You can continue studying. Haha, don't look at me, I'm in the same grade as you, but actually 2 years older than you. Ling, come on, your brother believes in you. Sakakihara Suzu looked at the ceiling, hugging the doll in her arms tighter and tighter, until finally, she wiped the moist corners of her eyes, stretched out her hand to pull the quilt tightly, and covered her face. Why would I meet someone as stupid as you? After a slight pause, Sakakihara Suzu sat up instantly. No. I've been a little annoying lately, but it's definitely not his fault. He must have been fascinated by the bad fox and I must rescue him. Suzu Sakakihara turned her head back and forth with determination on her face, and found her mobile phone next to the computer desk where keyboards and headphones were stacked. Open the address book. Find Sakai Chitano. His fingers clicked quickly as he typed the text. Does Tiano know any store that sells Lolita clothes? As for why it's not a maid outfit. Because Sakakihara Suzu didn't want to expose her thoughts accurately, and stores selling Lolita style would more or less have improved maid clothes for purchase. Yes, Suzu-chan, wait a minute, I remember I collected a few, let me look for them first. After taking a look at Sakai Kateno's reply, Sakakihara Suzu put away her phone, hugged her legs and started rocking on the bed. I asked about it before and saw it, and he seemed to really like it. But do you really want to wear that clothes? I always feel so ashamed. Ouch, so annoying. Sakakihara Suzu directly grabbed the quilt, wrapped her whole body in it, and then kept rolling back and forth on the bed. From time to time, there were some unexplained whimpering sounds coming from inside. Well, Sakakihara Raku, who had just left the party, was not only full of fatigue, but also his whole body. Helping decorate the class cafeteria is no easy task. In particular, in order to enhance the Western style, the squad leader spent money to borrow a batch of rose pots, candles, chandeliers, and even the table was an oak table. This afternoon, Sakakibara Raku, Fujino, and Nishijima were all busy helping move these things. The words physically and mentally exhausted could certainly be used to describe them. Afterwards, everyone was invited out for dinner by the monitor and several class committee members. Not to mention, after being busy these past few days, the whole classroom really feels like a flower and bird cafe on a small street. But when I thought about some boys dressing up in maid outfits to entertain guests here, Sakakihara Raku couldn't help but wonder. Is this really no problem? Forget it, I don't wear it anyway, why do I think so much about it? As people getting off work stepped off the train, walked to the foot of the apartment tower, pressed the elevator on the 16th floor, and Raku Sakakibara returned home. I'm back. He said this weakly, and he didn't expect anyone to respond to him. But when I changed my shoes and was about to close the shoe cabinet, a gentle voice sounded behind me. Welcome home. When Raku Sakakihara heard the words welcome home, he closed the shoe cabinet and paused. Turn around. Tianhaijuli Yulai, who was wearing an apron, was holding one hand on the wall and standing in front of him. At this time, she seemed to be busy with dinner, and Sakakibara could still hear the sound of the gas stove cooking inside. Brother, did you deal with school matters so late today? There are a lot of things, and our class dealt with them relatively late. No wonder my brother came back so late today. Do we still need to have dinner? No need, I also went out to have dinner. The heating was on at home, and the cold-resistant clothes he wore seemed a bit too thick. Sakakihara Rakuten unzipped his clothes before he stayed there for a while. Just give it to me. Tianhaijuli Yulai quickly walked to his side, helped him pull down the remaining half of his clothes, and put it on his arm. Tianhaijuli Yulai noticed that the corner of his clothes was stained with a little dust from moving things, and reached out to pat him again. The weather has cooled down recently. When I came back from school, I was thinking whether I should help my brother buy a new set of clothes. Why do you suddenly want to buy clothes for me? As I said just now, the weather is getting colder. Shouldn't you buy a new set of clothes in the new season? But the size of the clothes seems to have changed recently. As he said this, Tianhaijuli Yulai raised his face and put his hand on his head. He compared, recently, when I stand next to my brother, I look smaller. Julie Yulai is a very tall girl, right? Compared to girls, it's like this, but compared to boys, it's a little worse. Tianhaijuli Yulai helped him weigh his collar again. I found that Julie Yulai likes to sort out clothes. Sakakihara turned away. Ah. Yes, that's it. Tianhaijuli Yulai, who realized that she was a little close, took a step back, her face flushed. Is there any reason? The reason? It should be said that it is the etiquette taught by my mother in the past. She said that clothes should be neat and tidy, and that you should check the inside and outside 3 times before going out. This way, you can have confidence no matter in ordinary or formal occasions. There is some truth to this. It is probably similar to putting on new clothes and shoes that you think are cool, and you will feel more confident when you walk out. When you have confidence, you have confidence. Speaking of which, Julie Yulai was indeed greatly influenced by her mother. However, Sakakihara Raku didn't think that her aunt would tidy up people's clothes and ties so gently. She is too strong. Kururi Sakakihara thought she was completely different from her aunt. As soon as she got home, she started to get clothes for herself and tidy up the dirty corners of the clothes. This kind of action, like a newlywed couple, made Sakakibara look a little reluctant in front of her. Probably because he was embarrassed to see her. He will feel how beautiful she is in front of him, how gentle she is, and how caring she is for him. Even his eyes and sight became somewhat dodgeable. Raku Sakakihara is trying hard to overcome this mental state. After all, he is still a man. He smiled, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. However, he realized that Tianhaijuli Yulai seemed a little absent-minded. What's wrong? No. Tianhaijuli Yulai shook his head, then raised his head, smiled at him with that beautiful face. It's nothing, just I'd better say it, I don't want you to disappear from my side, brother. This is normal. It's strange, isn't it? You are already very happy now. You have family and the support of your brother. Why do you still want more things? I am not satisfied with the status quo. I want more things, and I want you. He only likes me. Tianhaijuli Yulai's voice was a little soft, a little helpless, and a little eager. She looked into Sakakibara Raku's eyes and did not look away most of the time. This made Sakakihara Raku realize that Amamai Kuruuri seemed to be holding back something. Did something happen again? Tianhaijuli Yulai didn't expect her brother to ask such a question, and she felt a little anxious when her inner thoughts were guessed. She thought for a while, shook her head and said, "Nothing happened this time. It's just that my mother said that she would also come to this cultural festival. I think she probably wanted to ask me about my previous answer." Speaking of her mother, Julie, who had always been majestic, suddenly became a lot softer. Auntie is indeed a troublesome woman. Sakakihara hates her for being so utilitarian in treating Julie as her own, and likes to control everything about Julie. Julie, come here. Amamikuruuri walked over without knowing why, and the next moment, Sakakihara Raku stretched out his hand to her body and hugged her. The sudden hug made Tianhai Julie a little overwhelmed. But after settling down, it seemed that all that was left was peace of mind. She could feel the other person's presence in terms of temperature, taste, and even a little bit of weight. Under such a hug, Tianhai Julie heard his voice in her ear. "Julie, don't worry. Even if you don't have the support of your mother, you still have my support. From now on, no matter what Julie wants to do or where he wants to go, I can accompany you. Don't think about the things that make you if you feel any pressure. Don't think about the things that make you unhappy. I can make you food when you are hungry, and stay with you when you are sad. If you don't want to face your mother this time, I can also help you block her." With each sentence, Tianhai Julie felt as if he had spoken into the softest place in her heart. The hand she raised due to nervousness also softened. Heavy, complicated, grateful Tianhai Julie was in his embrace, and countless emotions emerged in her heart. "What about before? I did something sorry for you before. Let what happened before be in the past. The important thing is now, Julie." Tianhai Julie has always been immersed in her mother's shadow and wants to get out, but because this shadow has been with her for too long, it is difficult to get out and let go. But as long as it's him, it will definitely help you find your future goals. No, in the future, you should only be able to find meaning in him, find the warmth of being warmed and cared for. Tianhai Julie felt so determined in his active embrace. Thinking, if possible, through this cultural festival, maybe I can try to make my brother happy? November 5th. Affected by the subtropical monsoon climate, Tokyo has officially entered winter with cold air. However, compared to the cold air, the cultural festival of Meide Private Middle School was held in full swing. Before I even finished walking along the Ginkgo slope, I saw a large cultural festival sign posted in front of the school entrance, which read the 85th Meitoku Elementary School Student Festival. Because it was planned for several weeks in advance, all the students also went home and invited their parents. Therefore, before the school is officially open to the public, many people are already waiting outside. This made Raku Sakakibara, who was looking at the school gate through the atrium and playground on the 4th floor, feel stressed about the business of the cafe today. "You won't be too busy. Don't worry, Sakakibara. We can't be busy in the store all day anyway, so we have to arrange shifts, okay?" Sakakihara turned around following the sound. This time, he almost didn't spurt out. "Yoshiyuki Fujino in maid uniform. They asked you to wear it, do you really wear it? No matter what, this outfit can't stand out in the student corridor." Sakakihara only glanced twice and found several students laughing at Fujino. The key is that this guy is not ashamed, but proud. He raised his head proudly, like a white swan. No, it should be a white swan with a beard. No, it shouldn't be described as a swan. Fujino Yoshiyuki still felt guilty. "How is it? You're dressed like this. Fortunately, you used white socks to cover your leg hair. Otherwise, it won't work. It still won't work. I'm already disgusted by the maid outfit." Yuraku Sakakihara hummed against the air below the 4th floor. "Vomit." "Hey," Fujino Yoshiyuki looked bitter and stretched out his hand to call him. Hey, there's no need to be so exaggerated. His actions even made the classmates around him burst into laughter. This made Fujino Yoshiyuki's anger build up, and his veins bulged. He clenched his fists in dissatisfaction, as if he were a fighting maid. I'm telling you, you guys, don't laugh here. I'm the first. Just because he meows doesn't mean I'm the last. You all have to go in and put it on for me later. Sakakihara held the guardrail with both hands, turned around and said, I remember during the dinner party, the monitor said that he had no plans to let boys wear maid uniforms. After 2 seconds of silence, Fujino Yoshiyuki suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, What? He picked up his maid skirt. Wait. You said you don't need to wear it? Then what does this mean to me? What does this mean to me? Sakakibara said sternly, that's the fact. Think about it, our class spent so much time preparing to build a cafe, and outsiders came to visit the school during the cultural festival. How could we really pull out the male and female servants to be waiters? This will only tarnish the reputation of the school, and the school will definitely not let us continue to operate it if it knows about it. So, Nishijima Ogai pushed up his glasses and said behind him, it's just those girls who are teasing you. Fujino Yoshiyuki slowly stood up straight, took a deep breath, stepped on the girl's leather shoes borrowed from his childhood sweetheart, and walked back to the classroom with a sullen face. The moment he disappeared, the classmates around him who had a good relationship with him laughed again. Tell me. Who came up with the idea? There was a roar from the class. The laughter in the corridor became more intense. Sakakihara Rakia smiled and shook his head. Is this guy going to die in this school club from now on? At 8:30, in the lecture hall, the 85th Cultural Festival officially opened. First, the principal made a speech, and then the teacher responsible for this activity made a speech, expressing various safety matters and prohibited things. Finally, it was the turn of the student representatives. Tianhaijuli Yulai took the stage and delivered a speech. She walked from the left side of the stage to the center of the stage, with the red curtain behind her highlighting every step she took. Her long flaxen hair is flowing, and her soft pleated skirt is swaying slightly. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the school, her figure, which is taller than a golden sword, coupled with the elegance that runs through her from beginning to end, makes her look like a beautiful princess who comes from a noble family. Tianhaijuli Yulai stood on the podium. Facing the gazes of thousands of teachers and students in the school, she first bent down to salute, and then picked up the lecture notes with her delicate white hands. After taking a look, she put it down again and folded her hands on the podium. Before that, I gave a speech of thanks to all the teachers and students. The whole process was calm and unhurried, the conversation was natural, dignified, and elegant. Sakakibara Raku, who was in the square team, even heard the quiet sighs from his classmates looking up from below. The eldest lady of the Tianhai family is different. From what they said, it seemed that Tianhaijuli Yulai was an eldest lady who was so perfect that it was unattainable. Rakia Sakakihara looked towards the podium. But he knew that the real Julie Yulai was not such a person. She couldn't find what she liked or what she really wanted. She also needs very ordinary care, she also needs very ordinary gifts, and very ordinary words. When Raku Sakakihara saw the lily of the valley necklace on her wrist that was shaking with her hand movements, her thoughts became clearer. Julie Yulai, like herself, is someone who desperately needs recognition in her heart. Thank you all for your preparation and efforts in this cultural festival. I hereby officially announce that the 85th Autumn Student Cultural Festival of Myeongdoku Private College has officially begun. The moment Tianhaijuli Yulai bowed his head slightly in thanks, the lecture hall burst into thunderous applause. At the side of the stage, school teachers, principals, and directors, all dressed in suits and ties, also burst into applause and looked at him. Tianhaiju really raised his head amidst the applause, and turned his attention to the square formation of the whole school's students, and soon found Sakakibara Raku standing in the square formation of class 4 of the first year. She saw him. No words, just a 3-second gaze. The girl's expression obviously did not change, but when Sakakihara met her eyes in the audience, he felt her different feelings for him. Sakakihara smiled at her from below. A smile soon appeared on Tianhaijuli Yuli's face. This beautiful smile was quickly seen by all the students, and many boys had a dreamy feeling that she was smiling at them. Afterwards, Tianhaijuli Yuli turned around and stepped down. In the square team of class 4, the expressionless Tianhaichi Minjiu also noticed her sister's smile. She knew who her sister was smiling back at. The girl felt unusually confused. Tianhai Mingyu raised her head and looked at the empty podium where her sister stood just now. "Sister, how can I defeat you? Thanks to Zai-Fei and Xiaoyang Chong for the reward, and thank you for your support. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple." Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 182. Cultural Festival. If you put the glass marbles in front of your eyes to block the sun in the summer, you can see the same colorful colors on the playground at this moment. Signs, balloons, snack stalls. The school playground is as lively as a summer festival. The soft and freehand bright light shines on everyone's face. Students, social workers, wives, or young people, people of all ages can be found here. There are all kinds of colorful flowers on both sides of the staircase path. This flower path extends from the school gate to the entrance of the school playground. The line of sight follows this flower path and passes through the 85th Student Cultural Festival. By looking at the logo, you can see the student booths of each class on the playground and the literary aspect of this cultural festival. This is an area set aside for other students in the class who want to hold other themed activities. Obviously, the hand-drawn magazines that the girls in the class wanted to sell were placed in this place. By noon, Sakakibara Raku was finally freed from his role as cook in the maid cafe. Those girls always tell themselves that they are some kind of housekeeper or some kind of deacon. Apart from the suit on my body, how else do I look like a butler? Isn't he just a cook who can cook steaks and some Western-style desserts? Compared to themselves, Fujino and Nishijima, who had nothing to do, could be said to have a lot of fun in this cultural festival. During the lunch break, they gathered in the Western-style maid cafe decorated in the class, and Raku Sakakihara ate the steak he had fried. Fujino and Nishijima ate the barbecue snacks they bought from other classes. "Sakakibara, did you hear that the people from the Love Research Department next door invited all the AV actresses over? Are you sure? This is a serious cultural festival." 100%. But not many people know about it. If those guys from the news department find out, they will definitely be criticized in the campus newspaper for a whole month. Sakakihara still felt that he was bragging. "How do you know that?" "Well, my friend's friend. It's gossip again." "My gossip is very accurate. Don't you think I'm right about the former literature department?" Even because of this, the old principal was replaced by Tachibana Kiyohara. Since Tachibana Kiyohara took office, in order to clean up the mess that caused the old principal to resign, he naturally had to show the school's intention to rectify the situation to the society. The intention of rectification is expressed as, in school, it is now not even possible to hold hands. Otherwise, if similar incidents happen again, parents with extraordinary backgrounds in the school will put pressure on the school, and the school director's private horse racing with red bean paste in the media will definitely be indispensable. It was also because of this that Raku Sakakibara was so nervous last time when Amami Nanamijetsu blocked him in the men's room. Isn't this a crime of stepping on my uncle's head? It will definitely anger him. Nishijima Ogai, the people in the Love Research Department claim to be college seniors with rich love experience. They have held a special love lecture in the club classroom. Anyone who wants to listen can go and listen, and it only costs 200 yen. Fujino nodded in agreement. Anyway, that senior sister hasn't published a few works, and she doesn't know many people. You guys, have you gone to listen? Sakakihara looked up and glanced at them. Also, that senior sister doesn't have many works, so why do you recognize her? Haha, as I said, Sakakibara is a friend, an old friend of ours from school. He has seen a lot, and he knows her. I don't know the actress's name or anything like that. We are only in the first grade, friends out of nothing. Raku Sakakibara shook his head. Those playboy young masters in the love research department are really bold. If they are expelled from school, they are not afraid of being picked up by their pants and beaten by their parents. If you have money, you can play differently than ordinary people. Their parents are doing business and opening companies, so they have no time to care about them. Nishijima Oki, what do you say about these guys? They are quite annoying, but they still have good eyesight. When they meet people they don't dare to mess with, they greet them very attentively. Some people in the society have commented that Ming's school is actually a small society. From poor students to top elites, everyone is included. Even if Raku Sakakibara is not in the school's social circle, he can vaguely feel it. For example, Tian Haikimingyu, as long as she appears in the corridor, everyone, regardless of boys or girls, will avoid her. After cutting a piece of steak with a knife and fork and feeding it into his mouth, Sakakibara asked them, "So, what do you think of Minister Tenkai of the Literature Club?" Fujino and Nishijima looked at each other. Then looking at Sakakihara Raku's expression, it became strange. Sakakibara, let me tell you, you have a special relationship with your twin sister, so don't think about the other one. We would also like to ask you, what is your relationship with Minister Tianhai of the Literature Department? Yes, that's the Amami family. Do you know the Amami family? The pills your parents and mom have been taking since childhood are from their family. What is the relationship between you and Minister Amami Kuruori, Sakakibara? Sakakibara Raku, seriously? Serious? Fujino Yoshiyuki trembled all over. I told you before, the cold gaze facing Superman. I feel like I have degenerated into a single-celled organism in her eyes. Fujino Yoshiyuki thought again, no, single-celled animals can still crawl. Nishijima Daiki added, monkey, you're bored, go away quickly, don't bother me, that's probably all. That's right, that's right. Apart from the teachers, the only people in the whole school who can talk to her are probably her sister and senior sister Zyle. And Fujino suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Did you, Sakakihara, do that before? I've been in the literature department, I almost forgot about it. I quit. Quit, Fujino had an I understand look in his eyes, and patted Sakakibara Raku's shoulder sincerely. You must have been disliked, and then kicked out of the department by Minister Tenkai. Is it because of Sakakibara? You have an inexplicable relationship with Minister Tianhai Julie Yulai. No way. That ended the lunchtime chat. This afternoon's kitchen work was given to other girls in the class. In order to maintain the maid cafe that the class had worked hard to build, Sakakihara Raku and several other boys in the class were assigned to distribute flyers near the school. Sakakibara Raku was in a different location than everyone else. Some people ran outside the school and handed out flyers for the cultural festival. Taking care of the fact that Raku Sakakibara was helping the cook in the cafe today, he was arranged to go to the ginkgo slope in front of the school. I am very happy that Sakakihara Raku can meet Amami Kuruori here. Ah, no. Unfortunately, Sakakibara Raku met Nanami here. If it weren't for the gold-rimmed glasses, Sakakihara Raku wouldn't have recognized the figure from behind with long flaxen hair. However, it would be wrong to call it unfortunate. Sakakihara Raku has no objection to Nanami Mingzuki itself, but she has been a bit extreme in expressing her like recently. Tian Haikaiminyu stood under the golden ginkgo tree. Equally golden and beautiful were her waist-length hair that could not be ignored, and her inaccessible elegance. I didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Tianhai family would be here. Good afternoon. According to the normal process, someone should be named Tianhaili now, and he will be adopted as the eldest son of the Tianhai family. Then why not? The family does not recognize you as a stepson. Sakakibara smiled and said, I don't need them to admit it. For me, the important thing is the family around me, not some relatives who are incapable of doing anything but still have to point fingers. I don't know where you, a guy who is always third in grade, get your confidence. How about this? Ah, Sakakihara looked at her as she lifted her hair from her ears. You marry me, and I will take you to see the real Tianhai family. Life. Money. Rights. There is no need to consider these. You only need to stand on the ski tree to overlook the entire Tokyo and enjoy the love that countless people have for you. Respect. What does this have to do with the ski tree? The ski tree is not wholly owned by Tobu Railway and Tobu Tower ski tree. Sure enough, he was really a rich man. He once took Aling to play at the Sky Tree, and he thought the tickets were too expensive. The relationship still belongs to their family. Then when I marry Julie Yulai, will it be the same? Sister? My sister may be able to handle the relationships between people, but she can't handle the interests of all parties well. And it's still unclear what is going on between you and your sister now. If I say, I don't like these, I just like a leisurely life. I occasionally go out, occasionally look at the sea, occasionally ride a motorcycle to travel, and camp and barbecue under the grass under the starry sky. I can also accompany you. Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes were like a mirror, calm and awe-inspiring. Where is the eldest lady of the Tianhai family? Is this important? Nanamai silenced Sakakibara Raku once again. The sudden visit that night was not a joke at all, she was serious. Raku Sakakihara held the flyers and handed out two to the visitors. Then he looked along the ginkgo paths on both sides of the road, towards the telephone poles at the end of the street and the high-rise buildings further away. I'm sorry. Chi Minjio, I know you are sincere, and I also understand that you are serious about me. But please forgive me, I can't feel my love for you yet. If you want to ask me, do I feel your kiss, it can be said that as long as you are a man, you will have feelings, you can't not feel them, but this is not. I'm already immune to your words. Sakakibara smiled at her calm face and said, at least you must be serious about rejecting it. Aren't you sad or something? The 7 bright moons in the sky are facing the wind, and the golden hair in the sun sways together with the ginkgo leaves on the ground. Sadness can't change anything. It's just that I long for someone to save me in my heart, but obviously, no one can do it now. If you reach out to me again, all I can do is save myself. Nanamai turned to look at Sakakibara Raku. This is what you taught me. When? Forget it if you don't remember. One thing. What? Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly crossed her arms. This made Sakakihara Raku, who had been with her day and night for several months, vaguely feel her unhappiness. Do you still remember the bet? Now, I want to drink water. Lemonade, Sakakibara tried to ask. Wrong, it's watermelon juice, the freshly squeezed kind, without any milk tea flavoring. Hey, this is getting more and more outrageous. Lemonade is okay, there are many places to sell it. Watermelon juice. Where do you want me to buy it for you? What did you say about the bet? Revenge, this is definitely a complete revenge for rejecting her confession just now. The little devil started torturing people again. Sakakihara Raku didn't want to compromise, but she had made an agreement with him first, so he could only surrender to her. I'll buy it, he sighed. Tian Haikimingyu watched him walk towards the ramp under the school with 2 flyers that had not yet been distributed. Nearly 25 or 6 minutes later, Sakakibara Raku's tired and panting figure reappeared in Amami Nanamijetsu's field of vision. She took it casually, not caring about his state. "Auntie, do you know how I got this cup of watermelon juice? I went to the vegetable market to buy watermelon, and then I went to a milk tea shop 2 kilometers away to borrow a juicer to make freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Actually, I didn't even say thank you. It feels like your physical fitness has declined. You are panting from exhaustion after only 2 kilometers. You don't know how to satisfy me in the future. You want me to run 10 kilometers to buy you juice. You just know how to buy juice." Tian Haikimingyu inserted a straw into the cup and began to take small sips. After Sakakibara regained her breath and reviewed her words, she saw her thin legs wearing black stockings under her pleated skirt, and her pupils were shocked. "Wait, what did you just say?" Tian Haikimingyu, who held a straw in her soft lips, gave him an indifferent glance that could not be read. Her face was so beautiful that it outlined a delicate face, leaving only a hint of disgust. This made Sakakibara Raku still remember it for a long time. Chi Minjio. The distant consciousness seemed to have just emerged from the sea. When he turned around and opened his eyes as if he had not yet woken up, Sakakibara could already smell the sweet fragrance of green apples. The next scene showed Tian Haikimingyu with only a layer of gauze pajamas on her upper body. She put her hands on both sides of her face and looked down at Sakakibara Raku, who was lying on the bed in a bird's eye view. The flaxen hair naturally hung down from her shoulders, and she caressed his hair in a ticklish way. Cheek. From his perspective, he could clearly see his face, chin, neck, collarbone, and the snow-white skin below the collarbone that was blocked by the collar of his pajamas. Wait. What's happening here? Isn't today a cultural festival? Sakakibara was anxious and wanted to raise his hands, but found that his hands were tied to the left and right sides of the bed with 2 ropes. Tied up? I want to lift my feet. Still tied up? Sakakibara glanced at his wrist in a panic. Good guy, there were 5 layers of hemp rope wrapped around it. Even if a cow comes, he can't get away. Sakakibara knew this was not his home, but a hotel or a love hotel. It seems to be dark outside. It was covered by a curtain and couldn't see clearly, but in short, the lights in this place gave off an ambiguous warmth, which seemed to have a hazy halo on people's eyes. And just like that, Tian Haikimingyu appeared in front of him with her petite and white shoulders bare. She propped up her body and looked down upon him with expressionless eyes. Now that things have happened, do you still think you can run away? Sakakibara couldn't raise his head, but he knew that Nanamijiwa was now sitting between his lower abdomen and legs. No. Really, don't move any further. Chi Minjio, listen to me, what you are doing is completely wrong. No matter what, you can't force yourself. Do you think I still care? Amami Nanamijetsu stretched out her hand and placed it directly on the collar of Sakakibara Raku's white school uniform shirt. She shook off the tie and unzipped the top buttons without any sloppiness. With his chest exposed to the air, Sakakibara instantly felt a cold air brushing against his pectoralis major. It's a bit chilly. Grass. Hurry. So he tried to break free a second time, but the result was obvious. He failed. Chi Minjio's binding method was not only tight, but also did not leave any room for him to raise his hands. It was so tight that there was no room left. Sakakibara Raku could only throw his head back in despair. Let her be destroyed. Period. Occasionally I glanced at Tian Haikimingyu, and found that even though her face was a little red, she still looked disgusted when she found myself looking at her. It was obvious that she was disgusted, but her face couldn't stop blushing. The soft touch and sweet aroma linger in your nose and body. Sakakibara's expression kept changing, First he was patient, then he was holding his breath, and then his face turned red, and he couldn't help but burst out with an uncontrollable heat. Grass. Sakakibara stretched out his hands and suddenly stood up from the bed at home, his heart and lungs violently sucking in a lot of air. He even spoke the beautiful native dialect that he had not spoken for more than 10 years. He mentally forgave himself for his uncivilized language and realized that he was indeed in his room at home and not tied up. Then, he suddenly opened his quilt. Snapped. The sound of a slap on the forehead. Tian Haikaimingu was definitely not here, but he knew that he should change into a pair of pants today.